Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. The Panthers on the prowl will continue driving down the field to the red zone. We just got a first down and 10. Smitty on the loose, wide open Ted again. Stack 6 more on the board, looking like a win. With the 6-game winning streak, put them out their misery. Brady wanna cry when the ref threw the penalty. Panthers got a hot team, Patriots the enemy. Draw the first blood, different team than we used to be. Cam swerving through the traffic, signaling a first down. Fans on their feet and the crowd getting really loud. Offense did a job off the field. There's a towel. Bank of America. Stadium is going down. Defense got him pushed back to the end zone. Hardy with the sack. That's a safety and we got the ball. Rushing on your shotgun. Staring at the barrel, y'all. All New England fans hear him saying that ain't fair at all. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Better watch the linebacker, he can read you like a book. Run 40 yards just to tackle Luke. Got him shook, Tobert like a tank. And D'Angelo with the fake. Stiff arm, out of bounds, 25 to game. Stewart back, healthy 3 lethal running backs. It's suicide, add the wide receivers, it's a rout. Secret weapon, make plays, Greg Olsen make it happen. Keep pounding on these haters, we ain't playing John Madden. Legion of the hometown go boom. Force and fumbles, Panthers making sure the ball is loose. Jack move, Charles Johnson, yeah, he will come attack you. State of mind, mentally and physically, we pass you. Godfrey in the nickel back, and he making sure we're safe. Panthers on the prowl, we gon' come and elevate the state. Hard fought thriller, only 59 seconds left. Panther fans on the feet, heart beating out the chest. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding.
All right. It's the Panthers versus the Commanders, Week 7. Row, row, row. Welcome to the Keep Pounding Den. Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news such as scheduling for the channel and for the Yahoo Sports Fantasy Football Keep Pounding League. Let's get into it, folks. Welcome on in, welcome on in, welcome on in. How's everybody doing on this fine Friday night? I think it is a great Friday night. I'm feeling the energy. I'm feeling the love right now. You know, by the way, if you missed it earlier this week, we did a horror stream. I think that was yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. So we'll continue to keep doing those for gaming streams throughout the week. Um, when I'm not working and I'm not busy, which has been very, very much every day, pretty much. So, I'm really looking forward. Ugh, to sorry about the yawn. I'm just exhausted. It, you know, I'm always tired though. You'll get used to it. I'm a busy man, but I'm really looking forward to getting into these horror games, throughout the week and trying to turn this into a gaming channel as well. So far so good. I think people are latching on. I think people like it, so we're gonna stick with it. Um, but yeah, it is getting close to Halloween, so we're gonna start doing all of that. But you know what's scarier than that? The Washington Commanders this week. Um, I'm gonna be honest with you. This is this is a dangerous team, and we need to prepare well for this game if we want a shot at it. Washington depth chart. That's what it was. All right. So let's start off with the fact that we had some breaking news as of today. Let's just get the elephant out of the room. Troy Hill was released. Now, you all know I hate to start these streams off with a negative, toxic vibe, but I got to. I got to this time. And can we just take a look at this tweet right here? Can we just take a moment? Ian Rappaport says it's a move that makes sense for both sides. I want to stop right there. I want to stop right there. I'm not even going to finish the quote. It is a move that makes sense for both sides. I don't care about the age. Okay? The age is not what I'm interested in here with this move. If the age is why you're making this move, why not just cut him at the end of the year? Why not just let him go after his contract finishes up? You got younger corners that are sitting underneath him if that's what you're concerned about. This move makes no sense, folks. It makes no sense at all. If people are saying this is the beginning of a fire sale, okay, maybe I could jump on the board with that. Maybe. With a humongous grain of salt. Here's the thing. Charles Smith Wade. Charles Smith Wade. Charles Smith Wade. Good old Chow. He better be ready. Because if this man ain't ready, y'all just made a massive mistake. Y'all made a mammoth sized mistake. Guys, we are already suffering on defense right now. With half of our starters gone with injuries. And now you want to get rid of one of the few people that actually made a difference in the Atlanta game and the Bears game in their absence. Oh, not to mention, he saved your butts last year several times. He wasn't too old then, was he? No, 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 no. He wasn't too old then. But now apparently he is. Let's just take a moment here. Let's take a moment. Let's take a moment. Did y'all only have plans for one nickel corner by the end of the year? Because that's where we're at. Who do y'all have backing up Charles Smith-Wade? Because this ain't it. Y'all want to solve the problem on defense? That ain't it. That's making things worse. 3 times worse. I don't care what his tapes look like to other people. I don't care what his age looks like to other people. Those two factors don't play into that decision for me. Something went on behind closed doors with Troy Hill and that management, and I want to know what it is. Doggone it, I want to know what it is because that pisses me off. Y'all want to get rid of one of the few people that actually is doing something on this team. On defense. We only have a few right now. Are you going to get rid of him? Kids, close your ears for a second. I need to say something that's adult right now. How much weed are you smoking, management? All right, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Kids, you can open your ears now. Why? Why is this man being cut? This makes no sense whatsoever. Why do we always do stupid bullcrap like this? Boy, I tell you, our management's starting to piss me off, man. With stupid stuff like this over the years. Like, and I trusted Dan and Dave, to do the right thing. This ain't the right thing. No, this is taking 3 steps backwards. It's not bad enough that we took 3 steps backwards against the doggone Chicago Bears. We knew we were going to get blown out by the Falcons. Everybody saw that coming. The only reason I went to that game is because those tickets were free. And shout out Paul for handing me one of those 2 free tickets. I appreciate you, Paul. I'm never one to turn down a Panthers game, live if I can go. But bro, especially if that ticket is free. But you're not gonna sit here and tell me. You're not gonna sit here and tell me that this was a smart move. I'm sorry, no, not buying it. No, no, no. As a matter of fact, not only no, but heck no. I'm about to do something wild. Is he already gone? He already off our list, right? Yeah, they already get rid of him. Yeah, he's gone. All right, ESPN. I'm about to show y'all something wild. Hold up. Watch this. Now I want y'all to see something. 414 total tackles. 301 solo tackles. Making an assist total of 113. 3 sacks over his career. 2 forced fumbles. We ain't worried about those. 3 fumble recoveries. 9 interceptions throughout his career. And by the way, he got one of them against one of them this year. 3 touchdowns. 41 pass deflections over his career. 14 and a half stuffs. I don't want to hear nothing about his age. I don't want to hear nothing about his age no more. Nothing. He had 32 total tackles this year, 20 of them solo, 12 assists. He had a pass deflection and a stuff. That's just this year so far in 6 games. You trying to tell me he can't equal those totals that he was getting the previous years? Ladies and gentlemen, this man has 6 pass deflections last year by himself without help and a pick. And he got a touchdown out of it, by the way, while holding his own. Look at the assist totals. Look at the assist totals. I'm trying to tell you. 10 years in the league. I've seen corners that have lasted longer than that. And you trying to tell me we cut him because of his age? I say bullcrap. I say bullcrap. Ain't no way. Ain't no way this man got cut because of his age. I'm sorry, no. If you're going to cut him because of his age, cut him at the end of the year. Let his contract run out. If you had zero plans on keeping this man after this year, then let him go at the end of the year. Don't do that now. Don't do that now. And try to justify that as, oh, we're trying to save some cap room. Man, please. Please. This man literally saved your butt on run stopping this year when everybody else is hurt. I want you to see something. Hold up. Hold up. Even in the year that he got cut in 2022, this man still had 67 tackles, only 22 assists, 1 pick, and 4 pass deflections, 2 stuffs, and that was his numbers for 2022 before he was cut. You want to tell me that was a good reason to cut this man? No. They cut him because of money. They didn't cut him because of his age. Try again. Because guess what? When we got him, he got 48 tackles and 18 assists. Still doing the same doggone thing he was doing with the Rams the year before. Now something smells fishy here, man. Something smells fishy here. I'm sorry, it does. Did we save any money out of this? Any money at all? 1.1 cap. Dead money savings $583,000 and 753. Okay, 583,750. I read that wrong the first time. Sorry. That's how much dead cap savings in the in the red. In the red, ladies and gentlemen. We would have had to pay him a roster bonus of 83,750. This ain't about money. This ain't about lack of talent. What is this about? This ain't about age. This man's still putting up the same numbers as he was before. Bump age. Age ain't no. Age ain't the conversation here. What the heck happened in that locker room or behind closed doors that led to him getting cut? He was only on a 1 year contract. Bro, that's $1.1 million in cap. That's nothing compared to how much money we have put into this team this year. Nothing. Something happened behind closed doors. I'm telling y'all, something happened, and I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. We took a cap hit. We ate $583,750 to cut him. We ate that money. You trying to tell me his tapes look bad? Nah. Nah, dog. Sorry. You're going to have to try again with a stronger argument. This dude was actually wrapping up and making tackles where other people were not. I sat there and watched this myself on Sunday. Last Sunday. Nobody else knew how to tackle but this man. And a couple others. Nobody else. You try to. How does this make sense? Between both parties. How? How does this make sense? It doesn't. If this is how we are going to treat our players after they save our butts, what the heck are we doing here? Why? What is the point of what we're doing if this is how we're going to treat our players? Especially ones that teach everybody on this defense how to tackle. And don't try to tell me that he hasn't put on a clinic and taught these guys how to tackle, because I sat there and watched it in Bank of America Stadium myself. For 3 whole quarters, I watched it. This man put on a clinic. You're welcome. That pisses me off that we're doing our players like this, man. That really pisses me off. Nah. I had to get into it, man. I had to. Look at these numbers. You trying to tell me this is because of age? This man's doing the same thing he was doing before. Yo, 32 tackles in 6 games where he was hitting 48 tackles in 16 whole games. This man was primed up to keep doing the same thing he was doing last year. The same thing. Ain't no way this is about age. Ain't no way. No, 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 no. Ian, no. Don't even try to play that little fiddle right now. That little tiny fiddle that you trying to play to excuse this. Uh-uh. No. No. I'm not doing it, bro. I'm not doing it. I'm not. Listen, Matt. I'm not allowing that. Meanwhile, we're constantly giving excuse after excuse after excuse to Icky when this man is doing nothing but choke late in the game. I want 4 whole quarters out of this gentleman. I don't want 3. I don't want 3.5. I want 4 whole quarters out of you, Icky. Show me that. Impress me. Then I'll start believing you're actually the guy from the first year that we got. Then I'll start believing. But you got to show me that, bro. I'm not buying into it until you show me that. And the thing is, man, we keep giving excuse after excuse after excuse to Xavier Woods back there, too. I'm trying to tell you. I sat back there and watched this man act like he was in Narnia, up close and personal, in Bank of America Stadium. Again. Where were you at in deep coverage, bro? Where were you at? When I walk into the second quarter and I watch your lazy butt just sit there and do nothing while Mike Jack is trying to cover that dude. Can't cover him, one time out of 10, and your lazy butt ain't there. That's big yardage. I've been trying to tell you, bro. You got to stop being lazy in coverage. You got to play the ball carrier. You got. Why am I wasting my breath? He ain't gonna listen to me. What? Why am I? Bro, there ain't no way. This is week 3 in a row where I've been on his butt, and I respect him, man, and I love him enough to do this, man, because some of these guys have to hear the truth, man. Otherwise, they ain't gonna learn nothing, And I'm gonna show some love to Jalen Coker here with this touchdown grab, But I saw that up close and personal too. By the way, I was in the 500 section. But look, man, I'm trying to show love to some of these people, man. But you got to come out and earn it. You got to come out and earn it. I'm not gonna sit here and act like I'm king of the jungle here, man. As far as streamers, because I'm not. I'm just a man with a mic and a camera. I'm just trying to teach y'all, man, and show y'all this is what's really going on. You're not gonna get these wins for free. You're not gonna walk in there and expect to win. And we learned that the hard way against Chicago. I don't care how much talent or non-talent we have. You're not going to walk into Chicago and expect to win. You got to walk in there and actually play like you want to win. That's that cardiac cat football right there. That's what we played against Chicago. That is what we cannot allow any longer in Carolina. If you want to win and change the culture in Carolina, you've got to play Carolina Panthers football. Period. We have way more talent than what we showed against Chicago. We played 3 whole quarters against Atlanta. Okay, yeah. We showed up. We made our mistakes. We made ourselves look stupid against Atlanta. But I'll tell you this, man. I'm not mad at how the team played. I did not walk out of there mad at how the team played. I got mad at the fact that we were being lazy on defense, Mr. Woods. There were certain things that we did lackadaisical. One of them is tackling, which we could fix in house if we would actually do the work to do it. 2 is mechanical issues. If we would fix those in house, which we know we can, the point is do it. Stop talking about it and just do it. I don't want to keep hearing about it during press conferences. Do it. All right, fix it. And the third thing is stupid penalties. Okay? There's penalties and then there's stupid penalties. What we're committing is stupid penalties. And I'm not talking about the ones the refs should not have called. I'm talking about the ones that should have been called and were called on us. Like holding penalties. Idiotic penalties, man. That y'all know better. Y'all know better and you're still doing it. Week after week after week after week. And I got to sit there in the stadium and watch this myself on Sunday against the Atlanta Falcons. I had to sit there and watch that. And I'm getting tired of it. I'm getting sick and tired of it. That's the type of stuff I'm talking about when I say cardiac cats football. Cut that out of your game. Please, cut that out of your game. If this team would learn how to tackle properly, I'm telling you, half the problems on this defense would be solved automatically. If y'all would learn how to get off your blocks when there's a running play up the middle, half this team's problems would have been solved right out of the gate. Because I'm telling you, we got talent on this defense. I've been trying to tell y'all that. We proved it against Oakland. The Las Vegas Raiders. Sorry, I keep wanting to call them Oakland because I'm so used to doing that, because I've been a fan of the NFL way before they became the Las Vegas Raiders. But my point is, they were doing that against the Raiders, and they were doing that against the Cincinnati Bengals. Don't tell me we can't do that. Don't tell me we can't learn how to do that. Because I saw proof of it. I saw proof of it in the Raiders game. I didn't see physical proof of it during the Bengals game because I couldn't watch it. But everybody that was watching it told me about it. And I trust my team. They're correct. They have been correct on 90% of everything they put out in my team chat. So, yes, I do trust them. And the info that isn't correct, That person knows who he is. I don't need to mention names. But if you're in that team chat, you already know who I'm talking about. But anyway, I'm not going to dig any further than that. We keeping it private. But y'all already know. Y'all already know we keep doing the same stuff every week. And it doesn't stop, bro. It doesn't stop. Lord help me, it doesn't stop. I've been a Panthers fan from way before y'all came in here, man. And it's still the same stuff, man. You know, so you gotta wonder, man. Are we ever gonna start solving these problems? Because I'm gonna tell you something. Look at the screen right now. It says "Still my team." Keep pounding. What does that mean? That means I'm not going nowhere. This is still my team. Doggone it. Whether we get one win or we go to the Super Bowl, I'm not going anywhere. I'm just being real with y'all. All the haters, all the people that don't like this, that don't like me telling the truth, that don't like me showing the light through their dark tunnels. Let me tell y'all something. I'm not going anywhere. I'm still here. I'm even more determined to stay here, man. Because we're going to make this ship right, man. We're going to turn this ship around and we're going to make it right. Win, loss, or indifferent. We're going to turn this ship around, man. We're going to start winning some games. Now, here's a positive for you. Check out your screen right here. Look at this. Top 5 in rushing yards. Guess whose name is third right there? My man, Chuba Choo Choo Hubbard with 485 yards. Third on the list. Just above Saquon Barkley and Josh Jacobs. What y'all think about that right there? And that's about to be my next topic of discussion is Chuba Hubbard. Because we got trade topics coming up, man. And I gotta say, man, you know, I'm gonna leave this up here. I'm real proud of Chuba for this right here. Can we give this man a round of applause, please? Chuba. 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 I freaking love you right now, man. Keep doing what you're doing, brother. Don't ever stop doing what you're doing. Keep that train moving, buddy. Because it is propelling this offense right now. And I appreciate you. I love and respect you right now, Chuba. You know, this is a classic example of a player. Let me tell y'all something. When I first started out, I was like, okay, I want to get on a player and give them tough love. You know, because I know that they can play better. I know that they can get past their limits. I know that they can do many, many things. This man had fumbling issues. This man had catching issues. This man was on the verge of being cut from this Panthers team when he first started out here in Carolina. This man not only saw both those problems, and the third as a result. Plus, he did it on his own. That is the example I want these players to follow. Right there. Be like Chuba Hubbard, please. Whenever I talk about a player that needs the tough love, and I know that they've got more in them, be like Chuba Hubbard. Because this man is now third in the top 5 rushing yards list. My man, let's go. That's why I do this. That's exactly why I do this right here. Because I want these players to turn that tough love into motivation. I want that motivation to turn into results. Look at those results right there. That's what I do. That's why I do what I do. So whenever you see me saying this player could do this, he could do that, but only if he would get out of his own way, if only he would stop doing these things, look what happens when they actually do it. Look what happens when they get out of their own way. 3 years later, look at this man right here. Look at this man right here. And he's about to get paid. Ladies and gents, he's about to get paid that money, money, money. You know why? Because he turned all of that into motivation. All of that smoke that he got, he turned that into motivation. He hit the weight room. He hit the jug machine. He did leg crunches, man. He put in the blood, the sweat, and the tears. And look at him now. Look at that. Look how close he is to Mason. Look how close he is to Derrick Henry. Of course, you never passed to Derrick Henry, but still, my point is, Matt, he is better than Saquon Barkley right now and Josh Jacobs. If that doesn't send a message to the rest of the team, I don't know what does. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what does. And our management is just determined to screw over players, man, year after year after year. It doesn't matter what management we have. And now you just screwed over Troy Hill. For what reason? I'm so disappointed right now. But for Chuba, I am so proud because, good God, man. And for those of you who doubted Chuba in the beginning, now y'all just look like idiots. Y'all look like idiots. For real. I was skeptical on him because dude, I felt that he had more in him. And that's why I wrote him, man. That's why I threw some smoke at him. I knew he had more. And he did not disappoint me. I knew he had more in him. I didn't even realize he had this much in him. I had no clue till he showed me this. This is what happens when you apply yourself. As a Carolina Panther, this is what happens when you apply yourself. Take a lesson. All the players on this team, take a lesson. Please take a lesson. Dave Canales, put that number up on the board for everybody, please. before Sunday morning. I want I want Dave Canellis to put this number up on the team meeting board for the entire team and show everybody this is what happens when you apply yourself. I don't want to hear anybody on this player board say they can't do something. I don't want to hear anybody on this team say they can't do something. This man said, screw these limitations. Screw all these limitations. I'm about to prove all y'all wrong. Watch this. Bro, hold my fumbles. Hold my drops. I'm about to show y'all something. Now, into the Brooks era. As we talk about running backs, into the Brooks era. Now, one of two things is going to happen here. Either this man is going to be a stud or he's going to be a bust. Which one is it going to be? We're going to find out in the next 2 weeks. And if he turns out to be a bust, we're going to look incredibly stupid for picking him. Because not all talent translates to the NFL. But if he looks like a stud, like we expect him to, and expectations and hope are a risky thing, man, in the NFL. It's a risky thing. It's a risky game. And I'm going to point this out too. Every person you draft is a project until you develop them. Shocking, right? But think about it, man. All of y'all, think about it. Use your nuggets. Because you don't know whether these guys are going to be hits or misses when you draft them. You don't know what's going to happen in their career. You don't have a single clue. You got expectations. You got ideas of what they're going to do, but you don't know whether they're going to succeed or not. So it's a project when you draft them. It's not until you develop them that they become either successful or they flop. And either they're in the right system or they're not. And you would be surprised the percentage of players that are drafted to the wrong teams that don't fit that system that player is comfortable with. You'd be shocked at the number. It's a big number, ladies and gentlemen. It's a big number. So, now, with Brooks coming in, what are we doing? Is this dude going to succeed? Is he going to make us make a move at running back and trade somebody? Or is this dude going to flop and be a waste of our time? And a pick. A high round pick, by the way, which we have a bad history of that. Because look how many of these draft picks that we have actually kept here in Carolina. This is a risky one because he already had an injury history. So when he plays, and he will play, make no mistake about it, because we are evaluating him. We are not making a decision until we have properly evaluated Brooks as far as Miles Sanders and Chuba Hubbard. What is he going to do? Drop your opinions on Mr. Brooks in the comment section and in the chat right now if you're watching this live. I want to know predictions. What do you think Brooks is going to do when he plays? And he's going to split carries with Chuba. That's a guarantee. Chuba's going to get most of them. But I want to know what people think Brooks is going to do. Because if you're right, man, I'll give you props. I will shout you out in chat on stream, and I will give you your props. I will give you your love in this chat, in this stream. I'll do it. I'll do it for everybody that gets it right. Every single one of y'all. Be brave. Be bold. That's what I'm trying to tell you right now. Be brave and be bold with your predictions. I want to hear them. So let's say he does succeed. And there's a high chance he does. All right, so we know where the other road leads. But let's talk about the road that we know is probably going to happen. Most likely going to happen. If Brooks succeeds, who's getting traded? Is it going to be Chuba or is it going to be Miles? Which one of them? Now, I started taking a look at this, man. I started really taking a look at this. And we got favoritism from both sides here. You know, some people want us to trade Chuba because they think that he can have a better career somewhere else. And honestly, like I the way this franchise is, I'm not gonna throw that theory out the window, you know, or say that that opinion is less valid than it is right now. But at the same time, you know, if we manage to build a team and Chuba is a part of it, imagine imagine having Brooks and Chuba Hubbard 1-2 duo like Jonathan Stewart and D'Angelo Williams back in the day. Imagine that real quick, if you will. Because if that happens, man, you're gonna be really regretting moving Chuba Hubbard out of here, man. You're gonna wish you hadn't. And then you're gonna be part of that reigning chorus of Panthers fans that has been going since 2016 saying, "Oh, I miss this player. Oh, I miss this player. I miss this player. I wish he was in Carolina." You're going to be joining that chorus right there because all of these people are still doing it. And it's the same ones that keep scapegoating the wrong players. Anybody with talent on this team, y'all want them out of Carolina. Y'all don't want us to succeed. I'm trying to tell you. These people don't want us to succeed. You go listen to them, or you go listen to somebody that actually knows what they're talking about and understands this team. Which one you gonna listen to? Because at the end of the day, I'm just looking out for your best interest. It's your team. You do what you want to do with it. Am I pissed off? Am I upset with the Troy Hill move? Yeah. Yeah, sure I am. Because I want what's best for this team. And I feel like that's what's not best for this team. Is that move right there. But again, it's your team, Dave and Dan. I'm not gonna fight you. I'm just gonna simply tell you I'm disappointed if you make moves like that. Because that's a wrong move. That's the wrong move, bro. And I'm telling you right now, if you move Chuba instead of Miles Sanders, if Brooks actually pans out, that's the wrong move. Why do you think I showed you the stat of his numbers being top 5 of the running backs list? Why do you think I showed you that stat? Why do you think I showed you this stat right here? I'm not trying to blow smoke up anybody's butt, man. This is real. This is what you're about to be trading away. We already traded away CMC. Now you want to trade away Chuba Hubbard too? Hold up now. Offer some doggone money. Let me tell y'all something, man. When CMC played against us, how did y'all feel? When he started racking up all those yards. How did y'all feel? Tell me honestly, how did y'all feel? Be real about it. Don't lie. Don't cover it up. Don't divert your. Don't hide. Don't read. Don't redirect. I want to know exactly how you felt when CMC actually racked those yards up on us after we moved him. Be real about it. It hurt, didn't it? It pissed you off, didn't it? It made you wonder why we made that move, right? Well, here we go again. We got another top 5 running back, and y'all about to do the same doggone thing again. What is wrong with our management? Oh my God, man. Y'all killing me. As a Panthers fan, man, y'all killing me, man. This is not good for my health. I'm trying to tell y'all, this ain't good for my health. Uh, I don't know why I keep doing this every Sunday, bro. I guess I do it for y'all. Uh, Cause this management just doesn't seem to understand. This is not the way to go. Dan and Dave, I'm trying to warn you right now. You do not want to run. You do not want to play against this man. You don't want to do it. This is stupidity if we make this move. Listen to what I'm saying. God, if y'all got some brains, man, don't do this. This is 2 top 5 running backs y'all about to make the move for in the past 5 years. 2 top 5 running backs will have been traded out of Carolina if you make this move. Don't do it. I'm warning y'all right now, don't do it. Don't do it. Because it sends an immediate message to everybody that comes through here that has any talent whatsoever. That's basically saying, why would we want to come to Carolina? This is how they treat their players. They're star players that actually ball out and do what they're supposed to be doing for you. This is exactly what that tells everybody. It sends an immediate message throughout that locker room. Doesn't matter if you want to play for Dave Canales or not. This is how we treat our players. This is how we've been treating our players since 2016. And we're still doing it. I'm telling y'all, don't be surprised before that trade deadline if Chuba moves in a trade. Do not be surprised. Yeah, it's going to piss everybody off, including myself. But do not be surprised because that is a Carolina Panthers thing to do. because that is who we are. Want to prove me wrong? Go ahead, prove me wrong, man. I double dog dare you to prove me wrong that this is not a Carolina thing that we're about to do. I double dog dare you. Prove me wrong. Everybody knows you can't ignore a double dog dare. Take it from your boy in the Christmas Story. You can't ignore that. You can't ignore that challenge. Prove me wrong. I'm showing y'all this stat for a reason, y'all. This ain't. This is not imaginary. I'm not making this number up. This is real. This is what y'all about to move. Stupid, man. Y'all got Miles Sanders, who everybody's been complaining about. Everybody wants Miles moved. And I'm trying to tell you, this is not the way. If Brooks actually pans out, this is not the way. Boy. All right. So on to Cam Ward. On to Cam Ward. I want to have a conversation about Cam Ward. Now, Cam Ward. Let me hide the screen while I get this video clip up real quick. This is probably going to get copyrighted. I don't care. I'm not in it. I'm not in it to make money, so I don't care. At this point, I want y'all to see who this dude is. Don't pay attention to who he's playing. I want you to watch his throws. I want you to watch his throws.
It's not having act.
Hold up. Bump that. I don't want it there. I want it right here. All right, I'm gonna keep the sound off because I don't want to incur copyright on that, but on the music alone. But this is who people have been hyping up to me. Shout out Steve Spencer. Welcome to the stream. We're about to sneak a win by running the ball. I don't know about that, Brody. I don't know. I think both running backs are gonna have a day, on both sides of the ball. We're gonna get Brooks involved today. On Sunday. So he'll split time with Chuba. So it'll be interesting. So Brooks either makes it or breaks it on his own merit. Because we have running back friendly offensive linemen. Carol sending me stuff. Sorry about that. All right. Now I want y'all to watch Cam Ward's throws. Don't worry about who he's playing against. Watch his throws. Now, under pressure, watch right there. Watch how quickly that ball comes out of his hand. That is crazy. And look at the placement. Right on the money as this dude is going out of bounds. Elude. Down the field. Boom. Look at that sidearm throw. Who does that remind you of? Ladies and gentlemen, who does that remind you of? Patrick Mahomes, right? He's the only other quarterback I've seen with a sidearm like that. All right, let's continue. Pressure. Boom. Over the top. In between double coverage. How does he see this? This man's got vision, bro. He's got vision. And what does this offensive line remind you of? Reminds you of the Panthers' offensive line, doesn't it? Boom, dead on the money, right along the sideline. Gorgeous throw. Look at that throw. Clean pocket, right on the money, right where that ball is supposed to go. Right in front of him. Ball placement, check. Look at that ball placement, man. I like this dude. Now, who does that remind you of? When you watch that, who does that remind you of? Shoot. That's all I need to just. That's all I need to show y'all. All right, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I don't want to get copyright. But that right there should tell you all you need to know. I see qualities of about 4 or 5 people in that little clip right there, and I like it because that says to me this man has the tools. Now, is he NFL ready? That's another matter. We got to take a look at that over a period of time, you know. But is he NFL ready? I don't know. So I was asked to check him out. I did. I looked at him, and I came, I saw, and I was definitely on board. I like him. Now, we got to see where this dude is gonna land at because I want to take a look at him on NFL Draft Buzz. This is the dude. Yep. Here we go. All right. So, quarterback rating of 124.3. Yes, it is the ACC. Yes, it is a soft conference. I'll give you that. 2,219 yards, 69.2 completion percentage, 20 touchdowns, 5 picks, and a rushing average of 5.8. 6'2" out of Miami. Now, again, who does this remind you of? Y'all already know. I don't need to say the name. But he's already got my attention, man. Third best positional ranked quarterback, according to NFL Draft Plus. You got Beck, you got Moreau, you got Nesselmeyer behind him, and you got Gabriel behind him. Dart is in it. Honorable mention. Moss is an honorable mention as well. So, but everybody's looking at Shador Sanders, of course, Quinn Ewers before him. I'm gonna go ahead and say this, man. I like Cam Ward above all of them. I'm gonna go ahead and say that confidently. This dude is showing pinpoint accuracy and putting in the spots where he's supposed to put it. Without these wide receivers breaking stride at all. That's what you noticed when you were watching these wide receivers. Did they break stride at all? No. Now, when you go back and you watch Peyton Manning back in the day, you go back and you watch Peyton Manning back in the day, this man had pinpoint accuracy, and he was putting that ball right in front of these wide receivers to where they never broke stride. That's what I'm seeing out of Cam Ward so far. Now, I want to see him against some real heavy competition. California counts. California counts. California's been a major competitor. But this is a soft ACC though. Okay. Um, Brooklyn Route, Panthers fan? Yeah. Yeah, I'm a Panthers fan. I'm a Panthers fan for life, man. You already know. It's what this channel is. Welcome on in, though, man. Hey, don't matter if you're a Panthers fan or a fan of one of the other 31 teams, man. You're always welcome. All of you. You already know this. If you don't, you know now. Come on in. We're all friendly here, man. We all want to give you a hug. We all want to give you a handshake, man. Whatever you're comfortable with. Or ma'am. Whoever you may be. You know? We like the ladies here too, man. You know? Shout out Donna B, man. I know Donna B ain't in the stream right now, but shout out Donna B. She has been a huge supporter of this stream and what we do. So I appreciate it. Hey, Chiefs all day. Hey, man. I love the Chiefs too, man. Chiefster, what's up, man? I love Andy Reid. I'm a humongous Andy Reid fan. If I wasn't a Panthers fan, I'd definitely be a Chiefs fan. Definitely. And I'm not just blowing smoke, man, because I would have been a Chiefs fan even before y'all started winning Super Bowls. I'm not a bandwagoner because I love Andy Reid. I was a huge fan of Andy Reid when he was in Philadelphia and what he built in Philadelphia. And he was so close, man. The talent that Andy Reid had in Philadelphia was ridiculous. I loved every one of those players. Every one of them. You know, I'm not a humongous fan of Michael Vick, but still, same point. Everybody else, Donovan McNabb, you know, all those people that Andy Reid coached in Philadelphia, every one of them deserved a ring. Every one of them. But yeah, man. You just popping in about to record some videos? That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, man. I'm so happy for Andy Reid. You gotta love this dude, man. The first thing this man said when he won the first Super Bowl with the Chiefs was, "Man, I just want to eat a cheeseburger." That's the most humbling answer I've ever heard out of a head coach, man. That's the most humble. How do you not love that? How do you not love that? I don't. Whether you're a Panthers fan or not, how do you not love that? Come on, come on, man. God, I love me some Andy Reid. Yes, sir. They actually had Jeremiah Trotter on one of those Ghost Adventure things. What was it? Um, ah, I forget the name of that show. Y'all know which one I'm talking about. And they went over to Dracula's castle in that particular episode, and I was just like, man, this man's about to be scared out of his wits. That was fun. That was really enjoyable. I really enjoyed that though, and I wish I could go back and find that episode too because that was amazing. There was some unexplainable stuff, man, that even the Ghost Hunter crew could not make up and recreate into an edit. There's just no way. There's no way. Jeremiah Trotter was scared for real. That was real. So, and by the way, his son is a Clemson Tiger. I want y'all to remember that. I want y'all to take note of that. So, all right, let's keep this rolling, man. We talking about Cam Ward here, man. I showed a little clip of what this man could do. He had the sidearm going. He had the pinpoint accuracy going. You know, short, medium, long pass, check, check, check. Russian scramble, check. I mean, this man could do it. So, I mean, he's ranked third in his position for a reason. He's in the top 10. Now, where he lands in that top 10, we don't know. We don't know yet. We're going to see how this goes. They are comparing him to J.J. McCarthy, Zach Wilson, and Bo Nix. Nah. See, y'all did this to Peyton Manning back in the day too, and Peyton Manning outshowing all of y'all. Y'all did this to Peyton Manning when he was in Tennessee. Do y'all remember that? Now, I understand this is a soft conference. Now, half the teams that Peyton Manning beat back in the day were soft. You can't even lie. Half the teams that Peyton Manning beat back in Tennessee were soft, and that's what Cam Ward is doing right now. Half the ACC is soft. But my whole thing is like, man, look at that 40 time. 4.87. I want to see what he runs in the combine. That's what I'm interested in. This dude's got my attention, man. For real. California is a legitimate team. They've been a dangerous team for a while. So that's a legitimate win right there. And those numbers should be inflated a little bit because of the teams he's playing against. But yeah, I was asked to look into him. I have. He's 6'2". For everybody that wants to complain about Bryce Young's height, there you go. There you go. You can't. Now, I don't want to hear the excuse if we draft Cam Ward. I don't want to hear the height excuse anymore. That ain't going to fly no more. That ain't going to fly no more. I'm trying to tell y'all that right now. There ain't going to be no more of this tippy toes talk. No more of that nonsense. You draft Cam Ward, you ain't going to have those conversations no more. I don't want to hear those after that point. I don't want to hear that no more. So, but I'm starting to buy into this dude, though. I am. I'm starting to seriously buy into this dude. He's got the numbers you expect to see in a soft conference. They're overinflated numbers, and that's how you know you're dealing with somebody that's possibly the best quarterback in this draft. It's between Ward and Sanders right now. And I'm gonna say this right now too. If Indianapolis gets a hold of Cam Ward and y'all waste that much talent, shame on y'all. Shame on y'all. Shame on y'all. There ain't no excuse for that. That is living proof right there that Indianapolis does not know how to use quarterbacks, and they always draft the wrong ones in the most recent era. Ever since Colt McCoy, y'all have not settled on a quarterback in Indianapolis. Y'all, bro, they went back to Joe Flacco again. They need a quarterback. Joe Flacco is a bridge quarterback. They need one. I'm gonna say this as plainly as I can. They will pick the wrong quarterback. They will pick the wrong one. They're gonna go for Ewers from Texas. Watch this. Either that or Carson Beck. Nah, it's nah. It's probably gonna be Ewers. I'm betting on Ewers going to the Colts because they always choose the wrong one. You got Shador Sanders still on the board. You got Cam Ward still on the board. You got Carson Beck sitting there. That's maybe a third option, and they're gonna go Ewers. Watch and see if I'm right. I'm telling you, I've been watching the Colts lately, man. They don't know what they're doing. And it's going to backfire on them again. They're going to make a huge rookie deal mistake again, and it's going to backfire and cost them another 4 years. Because they don't know what they're doing. All I did was show you 2 minutes worth of Cam Ward highlights. That's all I did. I'll let you judge. I'm done with Cam Ward. Let's move on. On to bigger business. We're dealing with the Washington Commanders. Now, as many people know, Washington just came off of a big game last week. And I'm trying to find it. There it is. A very, very good showing against the Baltimore Ravens. This is a dangerous Commanders team. Jaden Daniels went 24 for 35, 269 yards, 2 touchdowns against the Ravens defense. Not too shabby. Honestly, not too shabby. You're doing with Daniels as the top rusher, 6 carries, 22 yards. Zach Ertz, 4 catches, 68 yards, was your leading receiver. Because they shut down the wide receivers. Baltimore's got some really good corners. So these wide receivers that Washington has been boasting, which have put up 34 points on the Browns, 42 points on the Cardinals, 38 points on the Bengals. You know, this is a dangerous wide receiver core. They can get nasty. You know, but they got shut down by the Ravens defense, meaning it can be done. So when you go back and you watch the tape, it can be done, folks. And of course, they're going to throw it to Zach Ertz because Zach Ertz is a monster. He is a 250-pound, 6'5" monster who boasts the one stat that I love to boast about: yards after the catch. Yak, 10.9. 21 catches, 228 yards. Tied for 6th, by the way, in yards this year. And I believe that's tight ends. Just for tight ends. I could be wrong, though. All right, so 17 average against the Baltimore Ravens, 15.5 against the Giants. The Giants are garbage. So Keep in mind, Zach Ertz got 4 first downs against Baltimore. A stingy Baltimore defense, catching the ball 4 of 5 times. Now, during the Cleveland game, Cleveland has some good linebackers. So they limited him, to 2 catches out of 8. And that's how you start to shut him down. Is you got to play coverage against him. You got to actually get past deflections. You got to knock that ball down. Otherwise, this man is going to hurt you. 3 catches for 3 yards against Arizona. Cincinnati has 5 catches for 5. 4 for 4 against the Giants. The thing that these teams have in common is their linebacking core is depleted. And he's been able to beast and feast on you, as you can see. Obviously, in the Cleveland game, they were more focused on getting the wide receivers the ball. And that's why, once they realized Zach Ertz was not going to be able to keep the chains moving, that ball instantly went to the wide receivers. It took a while for them to realize this was not going to work, though. Thus, the 2 for 8. But once they realized it, they moved on and they got the wide receiver the ball. So, but Zach Ertz is still very, very dangerous. I want people to not underestimate this man. And getting 68 yards against that defense of Baltimore is impressive, actually. Because that is a stingy Baltimore defense. So, we're looking at Terry McLaurin. We're looking at Luke McCaffrey that was just drafted. You're looking at Austin Eckler probably is going to be the running back for Sunday. You might see a little bit of Jeremy McNichols sprinkled in because Brian, I think, is questionable, isn't he? We'll check the injury report, but I think he's questionable. Last I heard. We'll get to that in a minute. You got Brandon Coleman, who's an excellent left tackle. Samuel Cosme at right guard. I scouted this man. I think he's an excellent right guard. Andrew Wiley has been there quite a while. Very strong right tackle. So your weakness is most likely going to be left guard and center, because I'm not as familiar with Nick and I'm not as familiar with Tyler. If you want to push forward and try to get pressure on Jaden Daniels, that's where you're going to want to push. And here's another familiar name, Trent Scott. You guys remember that name? I do. So he was on our offensive line in depth for a while. Also keep in mind, the Washington Commanders have Crowder. They have Diami Brown. Diami Brown's originally from North Carolina, Tar Heel. And Noah Brown is one of those guys that most people don't know much about. But this name has caught my attention as well. 6'2", 225 pounds, 8 years in the league from Ohio State. 13 catches, 169 yards, 13 average per play. Again, that's 13 average per play. He may not be getting touchdowns, but he's moving the chains. Very dangerous wide receiver right here. In only 3 to 4 catches, this man is moving the ball that much. I want y'all to pay attention to this. 14.5 against the Baltimore Ravens defense. 14.5 average. Why do I highlight that number? Because it's important. All right, so you got with the Dallas Cowboys for a number of years. Sorry, I'm a little tired, but stay with me though. With the Dallas Cowboys, look at these averages that he is putting up. Look at these averages. That is nasty. Do not sleep on this man. He will move the chains on you in 0.5 seconds. I'm telling you right now. They will put him out on the field, and they will use him to move those chains in difficult situations. Watch where Noah Brown is. If this man is anywhere near a route where he is moving the chains, look for him to get the ball. I want Mike Jack on this man right here. I want him spying this dude. Because those types of averages, we cannot have that during this game coming up. I want you to look at this. With the Houston Texans last year, 17.2 average. Jeez. That's not a joke, folks. That's not a joke. This dude's for real. 5 touchdowns on his career. You don't have to worry about touchdowns as much, but it's that average. It's the yardage and it's the average. Those are the two I'm highlighting right there. Very dangerous wide receiver. Okay, so this is Noah Brown from Ohio State. And Ohio State is known for their wide receivers. Very, very talented wide receivers. So this is just yet another one. What's Terry been up to this year? Let's take a look. Terry, everybody knows Terry. Another Ohio State wide receiver. Surprise, surprise. 6 years in the league, 6 foot even, 210, fast as lightning guy. 29 catches, 356 yards, 12.28 average, 4 touchdowns. Again, I want eyes on this dude right here. This is an incredibly dangerous wide receiver. One of the most underrated wide receivers this year. Now I want you to notice against the Ravens, 8.8. 8.8 in average. 112 yards against the Cleveland Browns. 100 yards against the Bengals. Oh yeah, this dude's real. This dude's real. You post up an 8.8 against the Ravens defense and 2 touchdowns. This dude's real. All right, so the Cardinals game, you got a 7.4 touchdown there. But I mean, the Cardinals haven't been really doing anything. But let's take a look at his overall body of work. 5,639 yards total. He's played all 86 games of his career. Fully healthy. 407 receptions. 13.8 average. 29 touchdowns for his career. And we're not even talking about his carry, where he is a 6.9 average in carries. Most of it is carried by these 2 years right here. Excuse me, I'm a little tired, but I'm making it through. But yeah, 15 average, 12 average here, 2021. There you go. 3 fumbles, 2 of them lost. So occasionally it does happen. But I'm more concerned about that and that. Because that's what moves the chains. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what moves the chains. He's not exactly a red zone threat. You got Zach Ertz for that. You got another wide receiver for that as well. But he does get his 4 or 5 touchdowns a year. So when you want to talk about red zone threats, that's typically been Brian Robinson. Brian Robinson's been carrying. He's got 5 touchdowns so far, 4.45 average, 325 yards, 73 carries. There's a report that this dude may not be playing on Sunday. So, I'm hoping that he doesn't. Because if he doesn't, we're going to see the rest of these guys. 4.8 against the Cardinals. Did not play against the Ravens. But if he were to play in this game on Sunday, he's got 12 touchdowns in 3 years. He's got a 4.1 average, 1,855 yards. Receptions wise, 53 catches for 496 yards, 8.5 average, 5 touchdowns overall. His best year being 2023, where he amassed 36 catches, 368 yards, and a 10.2 average, 4 touchdowns. So yes, this dude is dangerous, but here's what I want to show you guys. Look at this fumble number. He's had 2 fumbles in 2022 in his rookie year, and 4 in 2023 during his best year. Pay attention, defense. Pay attention. Because if this man is on the field, we might just get a turnover. I doubt it, though. I doubt he will be out there. So let's check that injury report. Let's see if he's out there. Brian Robinson is unspecified at the moment. Limited practices throughout the week. He's got a knee injury. So that's why we're covering him. That's why we're doing this. 6 fumbles. Imagine that. Now, what happens if we manage to turn one of those turnovers into something nice? Like maybe a field goal that maybe keeps us in the game? You never know. You never know. If this man is on the field, you never know. He hasn't been able to stay healthy that much. He only started 9 games during the first year. Well, that's not true. He's pretty much been healthy, but they just didn't start him in the rookie year. That's right. Okay, so that's what that number tells us. Got it. All right. Well, but yeah, those receptions are mostly off of screen passes and things of that nature. So it's something to pay attention to. But his main talent is the rushing game. He's already got 325 yards so far. That's just in 5 games. So, eyes peeled for this gentleman right here in Brian Robinson. Now, let me familiarize myself with Zacchaeus here. I've heard the name. I need to know more about him. 6 years in the league, 5'8", 193, Virginia. Okay. 15 receptions, 151 yards, 10.07 average. No touchdowns. So yet another yak man that is just moving the chains. Let's see. Yeah, 6.8 average against the Baltimore Ravens. No touchdowns so far. Oof, excuse me. Is this the game where that changes? Because he's had one every year. But he's a move the chains type player. As you see, he only has 10. These are the two numbers that you should be concerned about right here. 1,643 total yards, 17.5 average. That's the number I want you to pay attention to. This whole column right here. What does every wide receiver that Washington has have in common? This right here. And I'll try to tell you right now. These are nasty averages from every single one of these wide receivers. They're moving the chains, they're getting down the field, and they're making plays. You know, Washington's problem is their red zone offense on offense. And they've been heavily relying on that running back to get it done. You know, Jaden Daniels has been carrying this offense for the most part as well. As you can see, 6 touchdowns from this guy, 2 interceptions, 1,404 yards, 107.1 rating. So what has he done rushing wise? Well, here you go. So far, these are his numbers rushing. And you got to like these averages. 5.5 against the Buccaneers. You got 5.9 against the Cardinals, 7.4 against the Browns, 3.7 against the Ravens, and significant amount of attempts here. Notice this, ladies and gents. Notice this. He's gotten a total of 4 touchdowns so far rushing. But he does fumble the ball. He's had 3 fumbles against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They forced those. And of course, our defense doesn't know how to force fumbles at the moment. So that's going to be a problem. But I continue. Look at where he gets these touchdowns instead, though. 2 against the Bengals, 1 against the Browns, 1 against the Cardinals, 2 against the Baltimore Ravens. But here's the kicker here. I want y'all to pay attention to this column right here. Look at this. 5 sacks against the Giants, given up. 3 against the Ravens, 3 against the Browns, 2 against the Bengals, 2 against the Buccaneers. Bringing that to a grand total. 13, 15 sacks so far given up. I believe that my math is correct on that. I could be wrong. 4, 7, 10, 15. Yeah, 15 sacks given up. despite getting these touchdowns. So there is a risk of, is his offensive line strong enough? Are these guys protecting him well enough? You know, but the problem is on our end, we don't have a pass rush. We can't. We're going to put up 0 just like the Cardinals did because we don't have a pass rush. Clowney's out. Alshon Robinson's hurt. Who are you going to rush the quarterback now? Who are you going to rush? Nobody else is doing anything. Charles Harris got a sack, but I mean, nobody even knew Charles Harris was even on this defensive end room unless you were clearly paying attention at the beginning of the year. Half the Panthers fans don't even know who he is. So you bring back Haynes. Haynes is a talented guy. You could do something with Haynes. I would personally have him starting because we had him starting back in the Ron Rivera days. So I don't see any problem with having him start now. Was it the Ron Rivera days or was it Matt Rule days? I gotta double check that. I want to say the Ron Rivera days, but he's a very talented backup defensive end, very capable. But is it enough to get pressure? No. Sorry, no, it's not. So Jaden Daniels again will have his way with yet another defense. I hate to say it, but it's true. Look at all the tight ends that they have here. This is interesting. Benson not. Wait, wasn't Benson not on our Naughty Man roster at one point? That's an interesting name right there. Benson not. God, I want to say we tried him out. I don't think we got anything out of him. How long has he been in the league? Oh, he was drafted. My bad. My bad. That's why that name sounds familiar. Okay. Yeah, that's why that name sounds familiar. What's Diami doing? 8 catches, 105 yards, 13.13, 1 touchdown. Again, look at that average. That's something that you have to be aware of. These guys are moving the chains. Even little guys like Diami Brown from North Carolina, which I told you we had a shot to draft, by the way. Everybody didn't want him. They wanted XL, so we got XL, and XL is paying off. So I don't regret that decision, of supporting XL. And, I did show some love to Diami. Diami's a beast. All right. We covered everybody on offense now. Oh, okay. Luke McCaffrey, yeah. 11 catches, 103 yards, 9.36. No touchdowns. Again, moving the chains forward. That's his goal. That's what he does. 14.7 against the Bengals. 6.3 against the Browns. 17 against the Cardinals. And only 5 against the Ravens. Okay, so this is the guy that may or may not pan out. So Washington is kind of watching him closely, I bet, to see what he does or doesn't do. He'll have a couple of years to either show up or not. Okay, so as we go into this Washington defense now, a few names pop up to me besides the obvious ones. Obviously, we know Jeremy Chin, we know Frankie Louvu, you know. But how about Dante Fowler Jr.? This is a name that people aren't as familiar with. This dude has been in the league for 10 years from Florida, 6'3", 261 pounds. And he is a sack machine. 7 solo tackles, 3.5 sacks already this year. You know, he got 2 sacks against the Ravens, 1 against the Browns, and a half a sack against the Bengals, making him a very, very dangerous extra man on the blitz. Now, I want you to pay attention to these sack columns right here. Look at this, 48.5 sacks for his career. That's not a joke, folks. That's real. 11 and a half recorded with the LA Rams in 2009. When I say this man is a sack machine, I'm not joking. He had 8 with the Jacksonville Jaguars. You go up to the list of the Cowboys with 6. 4.5 with the Atlanta Falcons. 4 in Atlanta, Jacksonville, and Dallas. 3.5 with Washington. And it goes on down from there. But 48.5 is a significant number. That's something to watch out for right there. Now, another one I want you to pay attention to is the forced fumbles. 13 forced fumbles for his career. Imagine that, right? Look at this. In recent years, he's amassed 5 forced fumbles. If you count 2022 and 2021. That is a number you want to pay attention to right there. That's going to be a problem. Now, combined tackles, you got 251, 158 solo tackles out of that. Imagine that, folks. An assisted number of 76, so this man can handle his own. He can handle his own business out there. Shocking, right? Not really. 43 games started for his career. He's had some games where he hasn't started. You know, as we go through. So in recent years, he has not started in 22 and 23 any games. He started 3 this year. So you got to wonder, is his career riddled with injuries? What's going on with him? You know, but that's a number that caught my attention. Dante Fowler Jr., definitely a threat at age 30. Moving on, you got Celine Farrell. Celine Farrell is one of those players that is not really talked about much. 6'4", 265 pounds, 6 years in the league. From Clemson. My boy from Clemson. He's got the talent to take care of both the run and the pass. 3 solo tackles, 2 sacks already so far. He can pass rush. He can cover. He can do whatever you ask him to do. Very, very talented player. Ended up with the Raiders for about 4 years. went to the Niners in 23, won the NFC Championship with them, and then came back out with the Washington Commanders, after not getting paid. So, number I want you to pay attention to, 15 and a half sacks. Why do I want you to pay attention to that? Because his rookie year, 4.5 sacks. San Francisco 49ers, 3.5 sacks. The other number I want you to pay attention to, 12 pass deflections. Just because he hasn't gotten any recently doesn't mean he's not going to. Dude can pass deflect. Definitely. 3 forced fumbles. Pay attention to this because he's due. Again, the last 3 years he hasn't gotten anything. But he will. He plays enough games, he will. And I feel like he's been in the wrong system, and that's been his problem. He's been shifted around to 3 different team systems, and the Raiders have been moving around coaches like underwear. So you don't know what you're looking at with the Raiders. With about 2 to 3 different head coaches in that time period of those 4 years. So there's a lot going on in LA right now with the Raiders. Las Vegas, I mean. My mistake. Las Vegas. But you got a man that's only got 63 assists out of 141 combined tackles. So the man can handle his own, clearly. Fairly dangerous player. If you contain him, he shouldn't be a problem. But if you let him out, you miss your block, he will make you pay for it. I've been saying this before. If you let these guys out that are average defensive ends, they will make you pay for it. And our tackles have been struggling in the fourth quarter with exactly that problem. We've been letting go of our blocks and letting these guys through. Icky, I'm talking to you. Come on, man. Now, credit to Josh Yeeman. Yeeman came in and he took care of business. I like Josh Yeeman. He played 4 whole quarters against the Atlanta Falcons. That's what I'm looking for. And we're going to talk about the tackles in a minute after we get done checking out the Washington Commanders. Remind me to get back to that because I will. We gotta have a conversation about what we're doing for the future, and it starts with that right there. All right, so Mathis is a defensive tackle. Now, a lot of people are not as familiar with Mathis, but this dude's been hiding with Washington for a couple of years now. A little crouching tiger, hidden dragon action here with him. He's kind of quiet. But I guarantee you give him time, he's going to wake up and he's going to become a very dangerous player. So far, kind of quiet numbers. But that could change very, very quickly, depending on how he's used. I've been under the impression that I feel like he's not being used correctly. His 6'4", 312 frame, from Alabama. Very dangerous guy, run stopping wise. He gets his major tackles when he's put in, but he's not used that much. I mean, let's be fair. So he's a little raw They're a little rough around the edges, and you can take advantage of that. If you're an offensive lineman, do not let that man through. All right, so we've talked about Dante Fowler. We've talked about Celine Farrell. We've talked about Mathis. I want to draw your attention to Jonathan Allen real quick. Now, Jonathan Allen, 6'3", another Alabama product. 8 years in the league, 11 solo tackles, 2 sacks so far. This dude has been taking care of business. He's got 2 sacks, one against the Cardinals and one against the Browns so far. But his main goal is run stopping. He doesn't need any help. He's got 159 assists out of 397 total tackles. What's concerning about him, look at the sack number. That's what got my attention with this dude. 41 sacks. And I've been watching him. I've had eyes on him for a little bit. That's the reason why. He had 8 sacks back in 2018. He had 9 sacks in 2021. 7.5 in 2022. 5.5 last year. Still a very, very dangerous player. He had a pick back in 2022. Okay. 2 forced fumbles. So we don't really have to worry about that. Although you never know. You never know. Be on guard for anything. Even players that don't look like they can get forced fumbles can still start to get forced fumbles, at any point in their career. So you have to be on guard constantly. Protect the football. Every game you play, all 4 quarters, protect the football. You never know. And that's one of the things I have seen. We have been protecting the ball. We haven't been fumbling as much this year, which is great. We still got to work on those interceptions, but protecting the ball is one of our weaknesses as far as passing is concerned. So that's something I want people to pay attention to is interceptions, forced fumbles, maybe those pass deflections can be a problem as well. Pesky pass deflections. But not from him. He doesn't have that many. With him, it's more so run stopping and blitzing when he's necessary for blitz packages. Moving on to, let's see, Jeremy Reeves. I want to cover Jeremy Reeves real quick. And we haven't even covered the players that used to be ours yet, but I want to cover the players that catch my attention besides them first. Jeremy Reeves, 5 years in the league, 5'11", 200 pounds, South Alabama. Now, this guy may not look like much. Don't let that deceive you. 2 solo tackles so far this year. Kind of mediocre. But you take a look at 62 solo tackles out of 110. Don't sleep on this dude when it comes to running. Don't sleep on him. 5 pass deflections. Yeah, he may not look like much right now. This is a sleeping giant right here. This is a sleeping giant. He's got a lot more talent than he is displaying on that field right now. I've watched him a little bit. He's got a little bit more to him. All right, so let's talk about Bobby Wagner, the legendary Bobby Wagner. Everybody knows this name. 13 years in the league, 241 pounds, 6'0", Utah State. 31 solo tackles, 2 sacks, and a forced fumble so far this year. Well, Bobby's doing his thing. You know what I mean? Bobby's doing his thing. He's doing a little something something this year. Got a half a sack against the Cardinals, sack and a half against the Browns. You know. But over his career, I want you to notice 69 excuse me, 69 pass deflections. Consistently every year, this dude has a monster number of pass deflections. And it continues to grow as long as this dude is playing. He even had a safety one year. Interestingly enough, sack numbers 35. You take a look at the solo numbers 907 tackles out of 1,762 total tackles. I don't know why I tried to read that a different way. But there you go. But I think one of his claim to fame is his forced fumbles, 7 of them. And he recovered 10 forced fumbles. That's not talked about very much. That is not talked about much. You wouldn't think to look at that number originally when you look at Bobby Wagner. Because most of the time when you think Bobby Wagner, you're thinking, okay, aggressive tackler, physical guy, fast, strong, smart on his feet, is able to anticipate what you're doing most of the time and taking full advantage of it. But what people don't expect is how he uses that big body of his to get those fumble recovers. So that's just something I noticed. You know what I mean? Like, that's a little something something right there. 733 assists for his career. You know, out of out of the 1,762 tackles. So something to keep in mind. This dude has played 190 starting games out of 191 possible started games. And I'm looking for that needle in the haystack. Where is it? Right there. Rookie year. 15 started games out of 16. Crazy, right? That's pretty crazy. Look at those combined tackle numbers throughout the year. And this dude's on his way, man, to a Hall of Fame career. He's been a major impact out there for just about every defense he's played for. Mainly Seattle. Um, he ended up with the Rams in 2022 and then went back to the Seahawks in 2023. They re-signed him for a cheaper contract, I think. And then Washington picked him up. So I think it was about money, really. They were like, okay, yeah, we're trying to get younger. We got X amount of dollars. What are we doing with Bobby Wagner? Are we putting in the money for Bobby Wagner or are we not? You know? And it just became that flip flop back and forth between those 2 years. So Bobby said, screw this, I'm going where I'm actually wanted. Washington gave him a call, and I think he eventually joined this defense mainly because of the fact that you have all of this talent around him. You got Frankie Louvu, who is a monster. And I warned y'all not to let this man go. I warned y'all. We did the very best we could. We tried to give him a contract. He didn't want it. He wanted to play for this defensive coordinator. Frankly, I don't blame him. I'm not mad at him. He does what he does. But look at these numbers: 19 solo tackles, 3 sacks, and a forced fumble already. Man, Frankie, man. Freaking love this dude. And, oh, man. Excuse the yawns. It is 2 a.m. where I am. But I'm not used to staying up this late as of lately. But I'm doing it for y'all. Doing it for y'all. But man, oh man, the Frankie Louvu is a monster. We all know who he is. I don't even need to say much. We know what he can do. We know what he's capable of. 13 pass deflections. He had 4 in his second year with us. But the number I want you to pay attention to is 23 sacks. Now, I know they're not going to, they're going to tell you not to worry about that in C3. You know, Tawan said not to worry about it. Don't listen to him. 23 sacks. Let me tell you something. He got 7 sacks for us in 2022. 5.5 the next year before we let him go. Dude is turning into a sack machine. He's already got 3. He's already got 3 this year in 6 games. Don't tell me he ain't a problem. Don't tell me he ain't getting into our backfield. If he's facing up against Icky, we're in trouble. I'm just trying to tell you that right now. If he is on the other side of Icky on a blitz package, we are in trouble. Because, first of all, Icky, during the fourth quarter, will probably miss a tackle. He'll miss a block. Sorry, miss a block. Block is the right word. He'll miss the block. And then here comes an opening for Frankie Louvu to do whatever he wants to do. That gap is wide open, folks, for Frankie to have fun. And I'm going to tell you this right now. If you think that man will not take advantage, you are a fool. You are a fool. Because he will. He's very, very good at run stopping. He is the next AJ Klein. I'm saying it now. He is the next AJ Klein. And if y'all don't believe it, watch his results. Watch the numbers. Look at what I'm telling you. 143 assists out of 377 total combined tackles. Now, if that doesn't tell you what you need to know right there, I don't know what will. If that sack total doesn't tell you what you need to know right there, I don't know what will. He's starting to match up pretty well with some of the best ones out there. And he's only getting better by the year. He's got a forced fumble every single year. He's already gotten his one this year. There's always a chance for two. So pay attention. Do not let that ball out of your sight. Because Frankie will dive on it. He has a history of it. All right, Jeremy Chin. Jeremy Chin, we know his issues were tackling. Last we saw, his issues were tackling. Now they're not going to sneak him into blitz packages. That's not what we did either. So 19 solo tackles, 1 forced fumble. What this dude does do well, picks. If you look at it, 2 picks for us back in his first 2 years. This dude has been hungry for one ever since. And I guarantee you, if we throw that ball near him, you better not let him get his hands on that thing. I do not want him getting his 3rd pick off of us. I do not want that happening. I swear I will throw so much smoke at Andy Dalton if he throws a pick to Jeremy Chin. Don't do it, Andy. Do not do it. I'm warning you right now. Don't do it. 4 sacks, but here is what I want you to pay attention to. 119 assists out of 355 combined tackles. Again, are you noticing a pattern here on defense? Look at the number of assists. Look at the total tackles. Y'all, this is what we don't have. This is what we don't have. Half our defense is more assist balanced with total tackles than they are on solo tackles. Mr. Woods, I'm talking to you. Half this defense needs help tackling. And when you go through the numbers, and I'm going to go through them in just a second, you'll see this, okay? And it's not good. It's not good at all. Now, do you blame Majaro for that? No. I blame these players for not fixing this problem themselves. Okay? You've got all these assistant coaches. None of these guys are teaching them how to tackle at the NFL level. Not a single one. That's what you're trying to tell me? That's what you're trying to sell me right now? That, when I walk into a Wendy's or a Bojangles, okay, let's say a Bojangles, I'm expecting good food. You know what I mean? I'm expecting y'all as servers to give me good food. And when I get average food or mediocre food, I'm going, what are y'all doing back there in the kitchen? You know what I'm saying? What are y'all cooking back there? What did y'all do? Because there's a certain formula that needs to be followed in order to make good food for that company, right? And when I don't get the product I'm looking for, after I've spent my hard-earned money on it, I'm looking at it like, huh? Excuse you? I want my money back, fool. This product ain't it. So I look at half this defense and the fact that they can't tackle properly, and I go, huh? Why? Why are we paying all these guys this much money and they can't NFL tackle at the NFL level? Something's wrong here. Something's very wrong. Shout out to the real Wyatt. What's up, bro? I know you ain't up at 2 in the morning like me. Yeah, man, I am. I stream whenever I stream, bro. You know me. I stream whenever I got the time to stream. I got a busy schedule, you know what I mean? I gotta work, I gotta make money, you know what I mean? So it is what it is. Should we play Bryce again? No. Do you mean start him or do you mean play him? Because that's two totally different things. And when you're talking about playing him, in what context? Because my whole strategy here is to put him in garbage time, when we got a big deficit or we have a game that we know we can't win. Let him make his mistakes, let him learn, on the field. Let him show you what he's learned, you know, while he's been sitting on the bench and learning with a clipboard. Because honestly, it can't hurt us anyway. The season's dead. We know this. Why not? Right? I don't see why not. I said that 2 or 3 weeks ago anyway. You know. Um but Andy does give us the best chance to win if you're starting a quarterback. Um and at this point, like, it can't really hurt. If we know we're not winning. Say against the Kansas City Chiefs, maybe the Eagles, um, maybe against the Buccaneers. We know we can't win against the Buccaneers at the moment. I was gonna say Saints until they lost big to the Broncos. I think I'm still gonna say Saints are added to that list as well of teams I don't think we're getting a win against. But you know, those are the games where, okay, yeah, you can start Bryce if you wish. Let him make his mistakes. Let him do what he's going to do. If he balls out, he balls out. Then you're saying, okay, he's learned a good bit. Now what are we doing? You know? Now we got a good problem to solve. Because we weren't expecting that, right? So now what? So there's that scenario too, which I doubt that's going to happen. But you never know. But I haven't given up on him. No, I haven't given up. I'm not ready to move him out of here just yet. There's a lot of people that have, and, fair enough. He hasn't produced, in major games last year. I would maybe start him against the Giants in Germany. Because I feel like the Giants is a winnable game. And I want to see how he does. If he doesn't do well, give him 2 drives. I want to see how he does against the Giants. 2 drives. If he doesn't do well, throw Andy right back in there because we know Andy's going to throw for 300 yards by the end of the game. So I just want to see a win over the Giants. Either way. But from what I'm hearing, apparently that game is being sold very quickly on tickets. You know, people were coming out for that game, so that's what's up, man. That's what's up. You know, people are getting active in conversations about the NFL now over in Europe, from what I'm hearing, and I'm excited about that. You know, um, the real Wyatt says I don't want to see him not play for us again. I just want to be sure he's not the guy. Yeah, fair, fair, and I feel like we all feel that way too. Um, and I feel like this is the best strategy to see if you can get the most out of him and see what he's learned. You know what I mean? Um, we know that Andy is supposed to be a bridge quarterback, and that's fine. You know, extend him an extra 2 years, because of the success he's had. Some might say 1 year. I say two. Because I think it's going to take us that long to get all of that straightened out, that whole mess in the quarterback room. But once we do, I feel like that's that. You know, we just build around it. Should we draft a quarterback? And if so, who? I wouldn't mind Cam Ward or Milrow. If we do draft a quarterback, I want Cam Ward. Straight up, I want Cam Ward. I've seen the highlight reel of him. I played it on stream for you guys. Would you like me to put it up on screen again? I can do that if you want. I don't mind doing it again. I'm already getting hit with copyright for that anyway, so I might as well. You know. Um, but yeah, Cam Ward. Let me say this: Cam Ward has displayed the sidearm of Patrick Mahomes. He has displayed the elusiveness of Cam Newton, the ability to jump over the pile like Cam Newton, and the ability to throw on target right in stride like Peyton Manning. So for me, this dude he's legitimate. I'm with it. Um, let me dig up history here. I'll bring it up. Let's see. I had the scouting report up. I'll bring that up too while we're at it. Because if you've never seen NFLDraftBuzz.com, go check out this site. It's really good. Me and my team were using this for scouting purposes. You know, during April. I'm probably going to use it again. By the way. Let me see if I can bring this back up. One moment. Let me just hide the screen while I check this out. Make sure. Oh, and by the way, 10,000 members on Facebook, guys. 10,000 members. Congrats. Hey! We did it. 10,000. Wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah, I love the fact that we have gathered that many people together that have the same cause and the same ideas. You know, it's so fantastic, man. Um, there it is. Let me get to the ad before I put it up on screen. Okay. Sure. Here we go. All right, for everybody that hasn't seen this yet, let's check this out together. Now I'm going to pause this because I don't want to get in trouble with copyright, but screw it. We're already in trouble anyway, so why not? All right, so let's check this out. Now look at this elusiveness. Right before he gets hit, the ball gets released. He is not even looking at the defender at all. And who does that offensive line remind you of? But look at the accuracy to throw this ball the way he did to a man that was going out of bounds in the end zone. Incredible. All right, so the important thing is not to worry about who they're playing, but what is going on in this game. What he is doing. Look at that throw on the run. Right on target. Placing that ball right where only his receiver can catch it. Beautiful placement. Here's another one. Look at this placement. That is incredible. That's got to be the best placement I've seen so far. Look at all of this heat around him. And he still manages to plant and throw this thing. Look at this heat in the end zone here. Look at all this coverage. Right on target. And I mean, granted, 76 is trash. Well, half of that Miami offensive line is trash. But still, look at this. Knowing he's going to get hit right on target. All day long. Read this play perfectly. Knew exactly where his wide receiver is supposed to be. Dead on target. Look at this. Unbelievable. Look at this placement. My goodness. Now look at the height this man is getting here. You got two defenders right here. Look at the height. That definitely reminds me of Cam Newton. That brings back some good memories, doesn't it? Look at that sidearm pass. Sheesh. That was impressive. Dead on target again. Whoop. 1, 2. Dumps it off. These guys had him dead to rights on this play. Dead to rights. And he wrestles his way out of it. Whoop. His buddy's sitting right there. That is the trust he has in his wide receivers and running backs. That's chemistry, folks. That is incredible chemistry. Knowing fully confidently that these guys are going to catch this ball when you throw it to them. Look at that placement on that. Absolutely gorgeous. And there's the Cam Newton run. Right there. Absolutely amazing route right here. Completely bypasses the safety. Yeah. He understands where his wide receivers are and where they're supposed to be. 50-50 ball. Look at that catch. That's more so the wide receiver than the quarterback, really, but the accuracy is brilliant. Oh, Completely sold the play fake. I mean, that was just filthy. Can I hold up? Can I just go back and look at that real quick? Because, good God, that's got to be one of the best college play fakes I've ever seen. Look how well he sells this. Look how many people are in the box. Absolutely sold it. They legit thought that running back had that ball. Every one of them did. You got California. Great awareness of where the line of scrimmage is on that particular play when he released that ball. I don't know what the defenders were doing on that play. You had two guys sitting right there. Y'all afraid to tackle him? Oh, my eyes are burning. Oh, the accuracy on this pass. Woo! He throws a bullet, too. Oh, give me a second. Look how high this defender's arm is up in the air. I want you to notice that before we continue this next clip. Still overthrows him. Dead on target. That's crazy, dude. So I gotta wipe my eyes. My eyes are just burning right now. Oh. Okay. Sorry about that. Let's continue. Look at this stiff arm. Just the nastiest, dirtiest stiff arm right there. Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? Oh, that was just filthy. All right. So that was Cam Ward. So now you guys got kind of an idea of what this dude can do. Um, excuse me. But I like him. I think he's the next generation Cam Newton, quite possibly. You know, it is a soft ACC conference, though. Keep that in mind. So when you do look at him, you know, you have to put those numbers into perspective. You want them to be a little bit inflated because um, if you're battling SEC teams or a team like California, those numbers better be, you know, the types of numbers that an SEC type quarterback would put up. You know, on a normal basis, you know, for competition in the SEC. In order to be heavily considered. So it's a sliding bar, really. And the SEC is kind of the top graded bar that you're kind of sliding down from, if that makes sense. So from that point on, your numbers better be inflated the further on down that sliding scale you go. And that's how I grade these guys. It looks like a shorter Cam Newton. Man, I'm tearing up. Yeah, my bad, man. He won't be able to wear number 1 for obvious reasons. Haha. Number 2 would look great on him, though. Yeah, yeah. I mean, if we do want to go this direction, we can. You know, it's an option. That's all I'm saying. Thoughts on Dylan Gabriel? I haven't looked at him yet, to be real with you. The last time I looked at film on stream, like I got copyright hits, so I don't want to go too deep with this. You know what I mean? But if you look at Cam Ward on NFL Draft Buzz, here's his numbers and his completion and everything, and you gotta like what you see here, man. You gotta like what you see. So, like I said, short, medium, long passing, check, check, check. Russian scramble, check. Ability to stiff arm, check. You know, this dude's the real deal. I like him. And those comparisons, but you know, they did the same thing to Peyton Manning. They did the same thing to Tom Brady as well. So, you know, take it with a grain of salt. Thoughts on Jalen Moreau and Shador? I've seen Shador's stats actually. Um, I don't know anything about Jalen. Haven't studied him yet. Typically, I don't start studying these guys seriously until March. You know, that's when I start seriously digging into scouting reports and like um certain players, you know, that are going to be drafted. And then I just go absolutely ham during the months of March and April on that. And I'll typically start like late March, but I'll go heavily in depth. I'll watch a bunch of film, I'll do streams, I'll do mock drafts, I'll do the whole 9 yards. If you're not familiar with what we do here. So it's kind of the whole, we have a cycle of how we do things on this channel. So oh gotcha. I don't know if you watch college football or not regularly. Not as much as I used to. Unfortunately, not as much as I used to. Lately, I've had to go out and work and make money and just catch back up because of the hurricane, and there's just been a lot of things that have kept me from watching regularly, you know, like I would like to in the past couple of years. So I'm having to rely on information that people give me, stats, highlight films, things of that nature, you know. And this website is a really good tool as well. I like this one. So it's NFLDraftBuzz.com. If you haven't messed with it yet, please do. Um, there's a draft simulator as well. Um, make sure you log in before you do a draft on here. That way, it will save your draft, any drafts that you do, so you can go back and look at them later. If you choose to save it, of course. But they go through the whole 9 yards. They give you a scouting report. They give you measurables. They give you like a color scale here, which is really cool. They grade the percentages of each one, you know, of each thing that these guys are graded on. and they give you an overall rating. That's how they get it. And then 24/7 Sports will give you a rating. Rivals.com will give you a rating. Different sites will give you a rating down here, which is cool. And then they'll give you a comparison, of an NFL quarterback, college quarterback. They'll give you a bio, bullet point strengths, bullet point weaknesses, summary, and who it's written by, obviously. And then you got the chart, like the old days of Madden. Like they had the charts when you were drafting quarterbacks and scouting quarterbacks back in the early Maddens. I mean, that's just fun, man. I love how this works, man. It's great. And then you got a chart of how he is positionally ranked and stuff like that too. So compared to everybody else, and you'll have different websites ranking him. You'll have CBS. You'll have draft draft wires here. You got Draft Fleet, Sports Talk, PFF is here. So it goes through the whole 9 yards. It's a great website. I love it. So, I love watching CJ Stroud play. Of course, I wanted him in Carolina, but I'm still, happy for him. Yeah, fair, fair, fair. Um, yeah, I originally wanted him to, but I mean, once I got a look at Bryce Young, during training camp, that first year, I fell for the spell, man. You know what I mean? Of his talents. I saw something more there. You know, and I said, hold up, maybe we might have drafted the right guy. You know, after watching a few of his drills, in particular the 2-minute drill, where he actually like the 2.7 release time is what got me. And I said that before Dave Canales did. Way before Dave Canales did. I want to make sure that's known. That's on VOD, by the way. But and I was so happy to be proven correct on that clock. You know, I used my eyes. I didn't even use a stopwatch. I used my eyes, and I clocked him myself. Same exact clocking, way before he ever said it publicly. So that shows you how good my eyes are. When I'm scouting these guys in person in training camp. But that 2-minute drill with that release time, with that type of accuracy, was impressive. The last quarterback I saw actually run that gauntlet that well was Cam Newton himself. And that was back in 14 and 15. And I was like, shoot, maybe we did get something nice here. I believe I had somebody with me when I saw that too. I don't know. I don't remember if I did or not. But because I do tend to invite people to come out to the training camp with me when we had it out in Spartanburg. But I don't think I did that day. I think it was the next day I had my buddy scheduled for that one, David, if I remember right. But yeah, I wanted him to see that 2-minute drill though. I wanted him to get a look at it. If they were going to run him through that again, I wanted him to see it because seeing is believing. If you don't see it for yourself, you're not going to believe it. Some of these people are like that, you know what I mean? So, honestly, I felt like there was something there. And it turns out once you put him on an NFL field under Frank Wright with a garbage offensive playbook, it just wasn't there. I mean, let's call it what it was. It was a garbage offensive playbook. So Frank didn't really know what he was doing. He was putting together an island of misfit toys, and it just didn't work. You can't put together 20 different players from 5 different systems. It doesn't work that way. This isn't the Madden All Pro roster. It's ridiculous. But he tried to make that work, and it just no. So I do blame Frank for a degree of why Bryce Young's development got slowed down. But I mean, now that we're here, we're not worried about that era anymore. We're more focused on now. We're focused on what he can do now. And if he can do anything now at all at this point. Some people don't believe he can. There's a good chunk of the fan base that doesn't believe he can. I'm not ready to give up on him just yet. I think he's got something, but it's going to take the right amount of teaching and development to get it done, And I wonder if it's going to happen here or not. I don't know. Excuse the yawn. I'm always tired. I'm a busy man. But Bryce does have a lot of talent. It's just a matter of, can you develop him correctly? Can you teach him correctly? Is he willing to put those skills into action, or is he just going to not listen and just keep doing the same things he was doing? You can't really do anything about his height. You can't expect him to turn into Superman or anything like that, But it is what it is, You just got to work with what you got. And, if we draft Cam Ward, I don't want to hear anything about tippy toes. I don't want to hear that conversation anymore. He's 6'2". He's 6'2". He can see over the offensive line. So that excuse goes out the window. Okay? Anyone that wants to use that excuse, if we draft Cam Ward, it ain't going to fly. Warning y'all right now. It's not. I'm not having any of that. And I will call everybody out that says something about it. Warning y'all right now. It's in the VOD. All right. But yeah, it's hard to say where Cam Ward is going to hit. That's the question. Where is he going to hit? We know that Denver's looking for a quarterback. Indianapolis is looking for a quarterback. New England is looking for a quarterback. We're looking for a quarterback technically. More so for development, but yes, we are looking for one. Arizona may stick with Kyler Murray. I believe they're going to. Atlanta tried to solve their quarterback problem this draft, so I don't think they're going to be looking for one now. With Kirk Cousins over there. So there's a good question of what teams we're going to be encountering in this journey if we do try to get Cam Ward. But I do believe he may be the answer. Mobile pocket passer. I mean, Cam was a mobile pocket passer. They clocked his 40 time at 4.87 seconds. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I want to know what they're clocking his release time at. That's what I'm more interested in because that's going to tell us a lot about what we're going to be able to do with it. Now, Shador Sanders. Let's take a look at Shador Sanders in comparison. Now, mind you, this is Colorado. This is a totally different conference, and Colorado is currently 4-2, as I recall. Am I right about that? Let me double check. I want to make sure I'm getting this right. This is Deion Sanders' team, right? Yeah, 4-2. So far, Colorado as of right now, I don't like how they put this scheduling thing up. Uh, they beat Central Florida. They beat Baylor. Baylor hasn't been that impressive lately. Colorado State is garbage. Nebraska, you should not be losing to Nebraska. Ouch. That's Matt Rule's team, by the way. You just lost to Matt Rule's team. Ugh. Ew. That's not a good look, Colorado. Not a good look. Y'all beat North Dakota State. North Dakota State's, they're getting there. They're starting to build up a little talent out there, but not much. Utah has actually been a troublemaking team here as of lately. They've surprised some teams and gotten some upsets. But yeah, that's that was back in 2023 though. That was their last game in 2023. But you start out the year, you got all of this garbage here, and it's like, well, you expect them to be 4-2. But this is a Colorado team that's not unfamiliar with playing like ranked teams like Utah. Utah was ranked 10th last year. Oregon was ranked 6th. You know, you also dealt with Southern Cal. You know, Oregon. I mean, this is a team that's not unfamiliar with very, very talented teams. And they came within a few points of Kansas State. And Kansas State, oddly enough, is ranked this year, which is kind of unusual. You don't see that very often from them. So it's something to pay attention to. Arizona can cause some problems too. So I'm not going to say that these numbers are legitimate or not legitimate at the moment. But you got a quarterback rating of 114.9, 2,018 yards, which was actually a pretty good year, by the way. I thought it was for me anyway. 72.6 completion percentage, 17 touchdowns, 4 picks. He's not a rushing quarterback, though. He's a mobile pocket passer. But look at that 40 time, 4.65. That's what you want to see right there. That's what you want to see, the green right there. And of course, the height and the weight is always going to be in the orange or red, you know. But, yeah, short passing, good. Medium passing, good. Long passing, good. He can scramble. His release speed is real nice, apparently. Defensive rating is 77. There you go. There's his overall numbers, 91.3 over 100. ESPN grades him a 4 out of 5 stars. 24/7 Sports grades him a 4-star. Rivals, 3-star out of 5. They are comparing him to Michael Penix Jr., Bo Nix, and Mac Jones. So there's your bullet points. NFL level throws with velocity and touch. Quick processor post snap, working with their progressions rapidly, finding open receivers. Displays an impressive accuracy, consistently hitting receivers on stride and short and intermediate routes. Keeping composure, demonstrates good ball placement on deep throws, allowing receivers to make plays. Decision maker, puts the ball in harm's way, as evidenced by low interception rates. Oh, he rarely does that. Okay, good. Extensive starting experience against varying levels of competition from FCS to Power 5. Yeah. So, there you go. Little bit of a look at him. There's where people are ranking him right now. PFF puts him at 20 for people that follow the PFF. CBS has him at 5. Draft Buzz has him at 4. And I gotta say, like, Draft Buzz and CBS have been more on target than PFF has so far, in the couple of years that I've used this site. So, and shout out to the people that actually showed me this site. So, now if you're paying attention to the Colts and the Patriots, they're both going to get the wrong quarterback. So Ewers probably will end up with Indianapolis. I'm betting. I'm betting the Patriots will get Gabriel. I have a sneaky suspicion New England's going to grab Gabriel. I just have that feeling right now. Browns or Raiders for sure. Yeah, true. Browns or Raiders. The Browns are stuck with Deshaun Watson, so they're gonna play Deshaun Watson. The Raiders may be hunting for a quarterback. They may be looking to get Carson back. I'm feeling Carson back at this point. Although they may wait a little bit. It's not exactly their highest priority at the moment, so they might wait. That's just what I'm feeling initially. We'll see. We'll see how things work out. You know, like I said, I haven't properly scouted any of these quarterbacks, so I don't know what their styles are, their systems, what they do. So I got to dig a little bit further in, and I'll do that in March. Um, towards the end of March. Oh, you think Shador to the Raiders? Hmm. Really? I could see that. I could see that. I could see that, actually. They are looking for kind of a pocket passer type quarterback. So maybe, yeah, maybe. We'll see. We'll see kind of how that plays out. The Panthers did release Troy Hill. Obviously, that's not an age thing. That's not a money thing. There's something else going on there. I don't like it. Oh, you think Ward to the Panthers? Okay. Okay. I mean, if we do get Ward, would y'all be opposed to having Bryce Young as a third string quarterback and having all three on our active 53-man roster? Just completely do away with everybody else we've been messing with, in practice squad, and preseason. What do y'all think? Because Cam Newton's contract when he first started out was like 4 years or something like that, 3 or 4 years, and that's about what Bryce Young's is now. So I mean, you do the same thing for Cam Ward. Just let Bryce run out his contract, and then we'll go out and we'll get a veteran backup quarterback to sit behind um, Cam Ward once he's ready and he's able to play, and Andy Dalton will be retired by that point. That's my overall idea of what I think should happen. Um, if you wanted to trade Bryce Young and you're absolutely sold on Cam Ward, this is going to be a real gamble because you're not sure if you can get Cam Ward. We don't know where he's going to fall. I don't know if I want to take that risk, of moving Bryce too soon. Um, if I'm Panthers management and you're absolutely sold on Cam Ward, then we need to trade Bryce after the draft is over. That way, we're dealing with future picks. We can get a first round or a second round, whatever he's worth at that point for next year, not this year, coming up. I think that would be the move if I was going to do that. And just let um that way you still have the option of saying, okay, if we want three quarterbacks that are solid, well, two and a half. I'll say 2.5 because Bryce Young counts as a half of a quarterback at this point because of his talent level. Because we don't know whether we're getting a positive or a negative result out of his development or not. So we'll say a half a quarterback. Okay, so 2.5 quarterbacks, right? You got Andy Dalton for one more year, extended. You got Cam Ward if we draft him. And then you'll have Bryce Young as the third string, right? So if you decide not to move him and just let him run out his rookie contract, either way, it's a win. I feel like it's a win. If you feel like you can get Cam Ward within the top 10 pick, I'm not against doing it. I'm not against trying it. But the second that man goes off the board, we got to immediately shift to left tackle or defensive end. Because if you don't immediately shift into that mindset right after that, you're in trouble. Because if you try to get cute with that top 10 pick and go for a quarterback that just happens to be on the board, instead of going after what you need at that point, you've already screwed yourself. Just point blank, you've already screwed yourself. Because that's going to be yet another year that we don't get the left tackle position solved, with the Icky. And we don't get the defensive end position solved either. So it's a real gamble. I don't know that I would go that route unless I have no other choice. So here's what I wanted to kind of do. I want to ride out the rest of the year, with Bryce going into games that we know we can't win. That way he can't hurt us, and let him show you what he's learned, you know, while being on the sideline during those games specifically. Um, and I'm talking specifically like the Kansas City Chiefs game. We know we're not winning that one. You know, again, the Philadelphia Eagles, the Dallas Cowboys game, we're not winning either one of those. Let's stick him in those games. He can't hurt us. All he can do is just run down our stats at that point, and we're already out of the playoffs, so who cares, right? You know, by that point, who cares about stats? The rest of these players are going to be playing for a spot on this team to stay here, that are under contract and are about to run out of a contract. Such as Deontay Johnson and Chuba Hubbard. You already seen Chuba Hubbard, doing what he's doing. Um, and that leads into the whole conversation rabbit hole of the running back situation. So, but we'll get to that in a second. But with Cam Ward in tow, you would be sitting there looking at Andy Dalton, Cam Ward, Bryce Young. 1, 2, and 3. That would be your quarterback room. All three have to be on the 53-man roster. I refuse to accept anything less. Because I see that we're still going to have to pay Bryce Young one way or another, whether you put him on the practice squad or whether you keep him on this roster. And personally, I would rather work with him one-on-one on the 53 so that we can actively work with him and help him develop and learn, and get the most out of his value before he leaves, if he's going to leave. If he does start balling out during those types of games, okay, then you got a baller on your hands. You got a solid third-string quarterback, right? So either way, you win. Either way, you win. You see the logic in this strategy right here? Because it doesn't make any sense to just trade him now. He's not going to get you anything, other than face value of what he's worth right now. And that makes no sense to do that. But if you are smart about this, and you know how to up a player's value by the end of the year, and you do things the right way, you can move him and minimize your dead cap that you have to eat out of that and get the most out of that trade value. Does that make sense to everybody? I feel like this is the best strategy with Bryce Young because he needs a balanced approach. He needs to learn from the bench, and he also needs to be able to apply what he's learned too, so he can up his value. So one way or another, we're going to find a way to use him in the right way. So I personally, I would not have said the excuse that Dave used in the press conference and say, oh, well, we're just trying to protect Andy Dalton. Don't say that, bro. Don't say that. If the strategy that I just outlaid for you for Bryce Young is your strategy of what you want to do with him, that's not the correct thing to say. The correct thing to say is just telling people the truth. This is what we're doing. Don't hide it. Just tell people the truth. Because the more you lie, the more people don't trust you, and the more your own locker room makes you look like distrust you as well. Don't do that. Don't do that. Be smart. Understand, what you're supposed to say and what you aren't. There are times to lie, and there are other times to be truthful as well. When it comes to journalism, you have to lie a tiny bit, but you got to know when to lie. That's the thing. That's the key here. know when to lie. This is not the right time. You got to be truthful. You got to let people know. Either way, they're going to be game planning for Andy anyway. So it doesn't hurt. I just feel like that's the best strategy going forward. We'll talk about the running backs in a second here, but I want to get to Darrell Sunchild's comment here. Hopefully, we wait. We wait to draft another quarterback and continue to retool. I mean, some people would like to see us just get all veterans. You know, Chad is one of those people. I've had him on stream at one point recently. He believes in that, and there's nothing wrong with that strategy at this point. But he raised some valid points on that. But I still prefer to go after a rookie quarterback myself because I think that if you are able to be patient with a rookie quarterback and don't get rid of them too soon, like we've been doing, you know, hint, hint, Carolina Panthers management, then you should be able to get what you want out of these rookie quarterbacks. You know, and I really do think Cam Ward is the guy that we should go for. Um, the last time we saw talent like that, it worked out real well in the top five. I'm just saying, he's got Cam Newton type skills. No question about it. It's keeping him healthy from this point forward. And that means maintaining the offensive line management. Pay attention. I don't want to see a repeat. I do not want to see a repeat of Cam Newton getting murdered out there in Cam Ward once we draft Cam Ward. I don't want to see that happen. If that's the route you want to go, protect your $1 million investment and keep him protected. That means we have got to attack the left tackle position. Ickey's got to go. We got to replace him. Nothing personal against him, but football is business. You know what I mean? Business is business. I like the guy personally, but he has not been cutting it on the field for 4 whole quarters. 3 quarters, yes. 4 whole quarters, no. And I need 4 whole quarters out of my offensive linemen, all 5 of them, starting, in order to protect these quarterbacks properly. Now, am I expecting a 100% protection, you know, like godlike like Patrick Mahomes has in Kansas City? No, I'm not. But what I'm expecting is at least adequate protection for 4 whole quarters where these guys do not break down. And we get a top 10 offensive line. That's what I'm looking for at the end of this building process of the offensive line, starting 5. Now, what happens from the depth downwards, that we'll discuss later. But I need the starting 5 dealt with ASAP. In the next 3 years, I need it dealt with. We need to maintain that top 10 offensive line. That needs to stay the way it is. 4 whole quarters, all 5 of them. And Ickey is not giving us 4 whole quarters. The rest of them are. Credit to Taylor Moton. He is finally starting to get to the point where he is doing that. But Ickey is not. So, we finally got Taylor to do his job, man. And actually, the last game was Josh Neiman. Yeah, it was Josh. So, did we finally find that one guy at depth, at tackle position on the offensive line? Did we finally find our guy? We'll see. We'll see. I need 2 whole consistent games from him to be able to really say, okay, yeah, we found our guy. You give me 4 whole quarters, 1 more game. Because Taylor Moton is questionable again. I think he's doubtful. We'll go through that list in just a second, too. But, I need 4 whole quarters. Give me that. That's a good one. That's our guy. Rotate him around. And I like Brady Christensen at center right now. I really, really like Brady Christensen at center. I think this is the right move. I stand corrected on Brady Christensen, as far as him being locked into a box at this point. Because maybe this is his position. I'm starting to believe this might be his position right here to lose. Until Corbett comes back. Because Corbett was doing an excellent job too. Once Corbett comes back, he'll be free to rotate around and do whatever he needs to do, at all 5 positions. But right now, Brady is kind of locked in to center and he can't move around, so we're going to have to rely on Josh Neiman. And that's what I was afraid was going to happen. I did warn you guys that would happen. And I don't like it. The fact that we don't have anybody back there that can be reliable. As a rotational Swiss Army knife. You know what I mean? And that's why we brought back Cade Mays, who we should have never cut in the first place. I told y'all we should have never cut this man in the first place. He plays center and guard. So Cade Mays is going to be our guard rotational piece. Josh Neiman so far is going to be our tackle rotational piece. While Brady Christian is sitting as under center. So once Corbett is back, then we'll have 2 rotational tackle pieces. We'll have Cade Mays as a guard rotational piece. Then we're cooking, in depth. We are cooking. And I like it, Because I did not expect Josh Neiman to be that. I really didn't. I was watching him during those drills and I was like, he didn't really stand out. He didn't really stand out. And I was hoping he would, but he never did in training camp. But you never know. You never know until you put him on the NFL field during the regular season when it comes to offensive linemen. Sometimes these guys do start to pan out. And it's like, whoa, we found our guy. And sometimes it won't be until like week 6 or 7, sometime around there, you just never know what the heck is going to happen with that. So you got to be patient. You got to keep working with it. You got to keep digging. And I mean, as much as I hate playing musical chairs with offensive linemen, this is what you got to do because this is what we have to work with right now. Personally, I would have a solid tackle or a guard, behind each position. I'd have a starting left guard. I'd have a backup left guard. I'd have a starting left tackle. I'd have a backup left tackle. At every position on the line, I'd have somebody back there. That way, I don't have rotational pieces. You know what I mean? And that's how I would run my offense. Yes, it does take up roster spots, but it's worth it. With all the injuries that we've had over the years, it is 100% worth it. You need somebody solid backing the starters up. So that way, when these guys come in, they don't lose anything. You know what I mean? You still get the same type of protection from your backup as you got from your starter. Except your backup will only last 3 quarters. They won't last a full 4. And so that's how I'm grading Icky at this point. Is a second string type left tackle, but being thrust into a starter role. And that's not healthy for him. You know, he needs time to develop under a professional starter. You know, um, and I would be willing to spend the money at left tackle for that, or we could draft one. You know, and let him learn under Icky for a little bit of time would be fine. But I need somebody that's going to last 4 whole quarters at left tackle. I'm done watching left tackle be the kryptonite of our offensive line. I'm really done watching it. It's been embarrassing and it's been disgusting for the past 7 to 8 years. And it really started with Mike Rimmers, and it's just never been the same since. We've never been able to fix that since. I'm ready to end that problem once and for all. And that's why I'm saying it has to be a left tackle in the one of the first 3 rounds. Has to be. Has to be drafted. Period. Point blank. I refuse to accept anything less. I don't care what other needs we have. I'm done watching this garbage, guys. I really am. I want 4 whole quarters. Period. You don't give me 4 whole quarters, you're a backup. Plain and simple. You're a backup quality tackle. All right, so getting to the comment section. Darrell Sunchild says, and our defense can't stop a snotty nose. Yeah, that's the next thing. That's the next thing I was going to address. But I'll get to your last comment. This might be our best O-line ever. No. No. I still say 2015 was our best offensive line we've ever had. You know, minus Mike Rimmers, who we covered up for the whole entire season. But, you know, it's close. It's close. I'll say that it's close. But Taylor Moton has been garbage to start out the year, though. And that's my problem with that. That's why I have to take that into consideration and say, no, it isn't. You know, now that we're ranked up in the top 10 offensive line wise, yeah, I still see this offensive line as 10 to 15 ranked because of Icky playing the way he is and the fact that Taylor Moton had a horrible start to the season. So, but now I'm willing to say 10 to 12 area if I'm being realistic about it. Because yes, Taylor Moton has improved, and he was one of the 2 main concerns I had. Plus, we didn't have that Swiss Army knife of Josh Neiman that I knew I could count on as a depth piece, you know? As far as me rating it, you know what I mean? So, once now we have Josh Neiman as that rotational piece, now I feel a lot better. And I can say, okay, yeah, we are borderline top 10 quality wise on my rating board. Now all we need is Icky. If Icky can get his crap together, I'm telling you, top 10 for sure. I will completely buy in 100%. If Icky can give me 4 whole quarters consistently. You give me that Icky, I'm sold. I'm 100% sold. But so far, I don't think he has it in him. I really don't think he has it in him. He's like Cameron Irving, really. And not to bash Cameron Irving, because Cameron Irving did give you 3 whole quarters of football, you know, every game, you know, and there's nothing wrong with that at all. But I need 4 whole quarters. And Cameron Irving just can't give you that. He's a career backup. He's not starter material. We try to make him into a career starter, and he's not. So that's just another mistake that our management has made over the years. with this offensive line and not done anything about it and just let it be the way it was and just played rotational, you know, um, musical chairs to cover it up, you know. But it was still a train wreck. No matter what you do, it's still a train wreck. You can CGI stuff on a camera and it still looks like a train wreck. Sorry. It's still a train wreck. But yeah, our defense can't stop a snotty nose. Okay. Defensive end is our other main issue. And this is why I want a defensive end drafted in the first 3 rounds. That's got to happen. Our pass rush is garbage. If it's not at the ranked at last in the league, it should be. If it isn't, it should be. I don't know where we're specifically ranked. Y'all have to tell me. I haven't seen the rankings, so I don't know. But Clowney's only gotten 1 sack. Charles Harris only got 1 sack. Was it Chris Harris? It was Chris Harris. Sorry, I get my names mixed up this late in the morning, but you know what I mean. Point being, Harris got a sack. Beyond that, we're not creating turnovers. We're not creating fumbles. We're not trying to force interceptions. It's just not there. We are losing the turnover battle massively, and that's hurting us too. Nobody really talks about that, but yes, that's a major issue. How do we create turnovers with the talent that we've got on the field when half the starters are on the IR or on the bench nursing injuries? I have no clue. I don't know what to tell you. But I can tell you this, cutting Troy Hill is not going to help. That's definitely not going to help. That's going to make things worse. He was one of the main people that was helping as far as tackling on this defense. He may have been one of the last 5 players that actually was tackling properly on this defense. And I refuse to believe we cut him because of his age. I'm sorry, I refuse to believe it. Money-wise was not the problem either because we're eating dead cat money of about $500K. So it's not money. So what's the problem? Why was he cut? Something happened behind closed doors that we don't know about. Something happened. I want to know what. I legit want to know what. And I know I'm going to piss some people off when I say that. Because that's my theory. To each their own. Everybody believes what they want to believe on this. And I respect everybody else's opinions. But that's my theory. Again, Chuba Hubbard trade. This is where things get interesting because, boy, if Brooks does not pan out, then we wasted a second round pick. What was it, a second or third round pick? Either way, it's a high round pick. And then you're stuck with only 1 star running back and a bust. Is that really the road you guys want to go down? I'm just saying, make sure that Brooks is who we think he is before you make any moves. And that's what the management is doing right now. The fan base wants 1 or 2 of these running backs moved, and they're just like, here comes the rumors, this, that, and the other about Chuba Hubbard or Miles Sanders. And I'm like, look, slow your roll. Let's check out Brooks. Let's see if we even need to make a move. We may not even need to make a move. Because if Brooks doesn't pan out, then we've wasted our time here. I'm not making a move as far as trading a running back at that point. I'm keeping both of these running backs, and I'm extending Chuba. So that's door number 3 here. Who knows which door we're going down here, but it's going to depend on Brooks. I'm not ready to say goodbye to anybody yet. But if our management thinks that, Brooks is not going to pan out, then we're driving down door number 3. And that door is not friendly to anybody. None of these doors are friendly to anybody. Because somebody's got to go. Somebody's got to go. This running back room is overcrowded. This is why I never approved of us drafting a running back in the first place. I told y'all that when we went into that draft, not to draft a running back. I told y'all we were good. Don't touch running back position. Because the chances were very, very good that Miles Sanders was going to pan out. It was a 50-50 on Miles Sanders. Is this man going to pan out or is he not? And I told y'all there was a good percentage of a chance that Miles Sanders is who we think he is. Turns out he is. Okay, now you just messed up. Now you just wasted all of that chest room garbage, messing around, having fun, making yourselves look like idiots, grabbing Brooks, who had an ACL tear. An ACL tear. Now, can I just take a second and just look up Braylon Allen's numbers real quick? Because this is the dude I wanted. If we were going to get one. There we go. I forgot how to spell his name. All right. So as of right now, these are his numbers. And he's still developing, folks. You've got 4.2 against the Broncos, 5.0 against the Patriots, 4.7 against the Titans, all three of which are not very good teams. 2.7 against the Bills, 2.6 against the Vikings, 8.0 against the 49ers. Just something to keep in mind, though. 35 carries, 151 yards, and a touchdown so far. He's getting warmed up, folks. And I mean, the more you work with this dude, the more he's going to get developed in New York. And he's going to go somewhere that's going to be real inviting for him. To where he's going to start to stretch his wings, man. And I'm telling you, bro, I like Braylon Allen a lot. It's better than what we've been looking at with Brooks, I think. And the argument can be made, the Panthers are drafting yet another injury player, injury history player. We do that, by the way. We draft injury-ridden players. That's part of our reputation. But shh, don't talk to the media about that because they'll go absolutely wild with it. But my point is, could we have perhaps drafted the wrong running back? Could we have? We won't know until Brooks hits the field. And either way, I didn't want to see us draft a running back anyway. Because I was of the opinion Miles Sanders was going to ball out, which he is. But nobody wanted to hear that argument. No, no, no. Let's close that door. Well, now that door is wide open. Now what? Uh, I don't know what to tell y'all, man. Some of y'all just don't want to hear what I got to say sometimes. But here we are. Exactly where y'all said we were not going to end up. So I don't know what to tell you. And shockingly, you got Denver beating up on the Saints. I don't know about y'all, but that was not on my bingo list of things that was going to happen this year. I did not have that on my bingo sheet. I'm going to be honest. That could have surprised me, man. That took me off guard for sure. I'm happy about it. I'm very happy about it because that's another L for the Saints. That probably should be a W. But we got the Saints next after this, by the way. I want people to pay attention because that's going to be a very pissed off Saints team. Very pissed off Saints team. They're 2-5 right now. This is 5 straight losses, ladies and gents. Ouch. If you're a Saints fan right now, ouch. You lost a close one to the Eagles. You lost a close one to the Falcons. You came within 13 of the Chiefs, which is respectable. I gotta give you guys respect. Hats off for that. Very impressive. And then you got blown out by the Buccaneers. Oof. The Buccaneers have been hot. Baker has been on fire. So, you know. But that Broncos blowout. Ugh. That's going to make you guys look real bad in New Orleans. Real bad. And that was a home game in the Dome, by the way. I'm just saying. Here comes Derek Carr. He could return against us. I mean, you guys be the judge right now. Because Spencer Rattler is not it in New Orleans. I can just tell you that right now. He is not it. You got 5 straight losses? Yikes. But I'll say this, though. That defense of New Orleans has kept them in these games. They've given up 15 points to the Eagles, 26 to the Falcons, 26 to the Chiefs. And then Baker blew the absolute lid off that defense. And just said, screw your defense, it doesn't matter anymore. And the Broncos followed suit. They saw that on tape and they followed suit. So this is at one point this was a very very dangerous Saints team, and now I don't know. I don't know if we're ever gonna have a shot at getting this dub in week 9. This would be it, and it's gonna be in Charlotte. If we have any shot, it's this game right here. We're at a 1 o'clock game. It's prime time. People are paying attention to us. You got a 5 straight loss streak going here, and now you got the Chargers coming up. Oof. In LA. Wow. Yeah. Saints fans, I hate to say it, but that's gonna be your 6th straight. That's gonna be your 6th straight. And then you're gonna recover against us because we are absolutely garbage. I mean, I'm just being realistic. This is what's gonna happen. They are going to make their turnaround against us. They're gonna absolutely wipe the floor with us in week 9. If anybody thinks that we have any chance against the Saints in week 9, go ahead and say something right now. Because I don't. You know, make it known. I'll shout you out on stream. We'll make it known. And if you happen to be right, we will give you your credit. We will shout you out and give you your love and respect. And I'll eat my crow. I will respectfully eat my crow. Because honestly, I don't know how that's going to go. As far as like how much numbers these guys are going to put up on us, it's going to be ugly. How big those numbers are depend on us. They put up 47-10 on us the first time. We never play well in the dome. Horrible history in the dome. But that's just looking ahead a little bit. You got Washington coming up, and I gotta tell you, man, I really hope we get Josie Jewell back because Josie Jewell has been massively helpful in the run defensive game. He's been one of the few bright spots we've had this year, if you could even find any. And even Derek Brown, to a degree, struggled in the first couple of games before he got injured. As long as he was on that field, he even struggled a little bit. So, yeah, I don't like the fact that Frankie Louvu is just nasty on that defense. I don't like that they've got Bobby Wagner. I don't like that they've got Jeremy Chin. I don't like that they have Jeremy Reeves now too. This is man, and Dante Fowler Jr. The thing that that makes this defense so good is these guys are solo tacklers. They're solo tacklers. They don't need help most of the time. And I meant to show you our numbers because our numbers, it's a problem. I'm just gonna be real with you. It's a problem. Stats. Um, let's look at depth chart. I don't know how much Eh, I'm half and half on Chandler Zavala. I'm glad Cade Mays is back. Really, really happy Cade Mays is back. I don't know anything about Jared Kingston. We'll see about him. You know? But right now, I feel okay about that offensive line. I feel okay. You know? I'm not 100% sold on it, but I feel okay. You know? Better than I felt at the beginning of the year, I'll tell you that. I've done a total 180 here because I felt like the defensive line, when I was watching it during the training camp, was our strength. Turns out, no. Wouldn't you know it, it would be our offensive line. That is the most ironic thing I've ever seen in Carolina football in a long, long time. So it's really weird. All right, so when you look at the tackling on this defense, I want to start with Shy Tuttle. We'll go to with Brian Ray in a minute, but career. I want you to notice something. 188 total tackles for his career, 106 assists. Pay attention to this assist column here. That's the number I want you to focus on. You're going to start to see a pattern here as we go throughout this defense. That's a problem. All right, so Shy Tuttle, we got him. But Brian Ray, never mind what his numbers are right now. I want you to focus on that. 28 total tackles, 16 assists. There it is again, rearing its ugly head. I'm trying to tell you, this is a pattern, ladies and gentlemen. I don't like it, and neither should you. Career for Alshon Robinson. 347 total tackles. Guess how many assists? 153. Are you starting to see what I'm seeing now? This is 3 players in a row now that we have looked at. I can go down this list. I can go straight down this list and find a bunch more. Clowney might be the exception. Let's check out Clowney. Okay. 345 total. We got 121 assists. Okay, Clowney's the exception. I'm going to let Clowney off the hook here. I'm going to let Clowney off the hook. He ain't part of it. Let's check out J.C. Horn. J.C. Horn's been here for a while, right? You'd think maybe this dude isn't gonna be doing it, right? Wrong. 29 assists out of 102. Again, still a problem. We're gonna although his numbers are a little bit better than most of the people that you've seen so far. Mike Jackson, let's take a look at him. You're thinking, okay, this dude's been around the block a little bit. He's been doing pretty good. And those numbers reflect it. 25 assists. Good. This continues to show you that the corners are not the problem here. We know that. We know that we have no pass rush. We know that we have no run defense. Guess where those assists are? Guess where those assists are, ladies and gentlemen? Right in those areas. You can't make this stuff up, folks. I found a problem. All right. Now, I'm going to show you this stat because this really is going to make your blood boil a little bit. 511 total tackles, 182 assists. But guess what he's done with us? 17 assists. Only 2 pass deflections, 1 pick. That's all. That's all he's done. In 6 games, this is all this man has done. Look at the rest of these numbers. You tell me where the problem is. That ain't it. That ain't it, man. Nick Scott. Good old Nick Scott. I like Nick Scott. But we're going to take a look at him too. Defensively for his career, okay. 82 assists out of 212. All right. Not so much a problem here, right? Because you trust Nick Scott. You know this dude is like hunting for a pick, right? Still hasn't gotten it yet. But for the people that can tackle, check that out, man. Check out how many assists they have. That's what I'm trying to explain to people. You can tell who can tackle and who can't by the number of assists you see. 383 total tackles, 111 assists. Look at those single digit numbers from 15 to 19 in this column right here. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. You just got rid of one of the best tacklers on this defense. Idiots. Idiots. He had 12 assists this year. 12. Yeah, he only has 1 pass deflection, but still. This dude was absolutely helping us out in the run stopping. He has 29 tackles so far, half of what he had in 16 games last year. By the way, more than half. But no. Let's ignore that. Let's ignore that. Oh, he's too old. Let's cut him. What a bunch of horse hockey. You see where that argument disappears very, very quickly? Do you see where it disappears? Where it loses power? I'm just saying. Don't shoot the messenger. These are the stats that are on the board. Josie Jewell. Let's take a look at him because this dude, I've got high hopes for him when he was on the field. Yes, he does have 200 career assists, but 442 total tackles. And if we develop him correctly, this dude could be a monster. He's averaging about 3 to 4 pass deflections a year. Couple of sacks a year. Yeah, and the assists are kind of all over the place a little bit. But so far, it's 13 assists, while he's been on the field. And you got to like what you see, you know? 13 solos, 13 assists so far, but I mean, that's been the norm. That's who he is. That's always been who he is. He's shown the pattern. You know what I mean? With solo versus assisted tackles. So, we know who he is. But you see where the main problem begins? It's defensive end and defensive tackle. It's the defensive line. It's the defensive line. And what have I always said when it comes to the lines? You start building from the line. Let me say that again. You start building from the line. And that means the offensive line controls everything that the offense does. The defensive line controls everything the defense does. It starts right there. And if you continue to have problems on your lines, you are going to fail. Our offensive line is now, pretty much fixed. Argumentatively. But our D line continues to struggle. Now our D line looks like crap. It's like it's like a teeter totter. You fix one side, the other side goes back up. You fix that side, the other side goes back up. I mean, I don't know what to do with this team. I really don't. Like, you try to plug holes in this side of the boat, the other side starts leaking. You fix that side of the boat, this side starts leaking. It's, guys. Oh man, this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. You know, and I still don't know what DJ Johnson can do yet. But you better hope Chow Smith's weight is up to the task. You better hope he is up to the task. You better hope he's ready. Because if Chow ain't ready, we're in trouble. Point blank, we are in real trouble. Because Woods ain't helping you out. Woods looks like he's in Narnia. Nick Scott has to do everything back there. And it's going to get him injured. Who the heck is Lonnie Johnson? We don't even know. Who the heck is Shamar Bartholomew? I can't even say his last name. Who the heck even is that? We don't know. Damani Richardson? Who the heck is that? We don't know. As far as I'm concerned, none of those three have played a single snap on the field, so I don't know anything about them. Unless they're special teamers. We finally got Clowney, and Clowney hasn't done anything. Oh yeah, let's get Clowney. Let's get Clowney. Let's get Clowney. Let's get Clowney. Clowney will solve all our pass rushing problems. Let's get Clowney. Clowney hadn't done a doggone thing. I don't know what y'all talking about. This man gonna solve all our defensive problems. Man, get the heck out of here. I've been trying to tell y'all that. Nobody wants to hear it though. No, nobody wants to hear it at all. But do you see a pattern in players that we have let go of, that have not panned out at defensive tackle, defensive end, linebacker? They all have a ton of assisted tackles. Assisted tackles, ladies and gentlemen, meaning they cannot handle it on their own in these systems. They cannot tackle on their own. They need help. They need to be taught how to tackle solo one-on-one versus a running back, versus a wide receiver, versus a tight end. Stop picking these players up. Management, get a clue. This is a pattern. And Ajaro's got to clean up your mess after having a top 10 defense last year. He just turned it an absolute crap wheelbarrow into a rainbow last year. You're welcome. And now y'all want to blame him? What is he supposed to do about half the starters having injuries? How is he supposed to manage that? Please explain that to me. Please explain to me how that's his fault. When these guys are having to overextend because other people on this defense are not doing their job correctly. Mainly Xavier Woods. And players that you picked up. Such as Mr. Alshon Robinson, maybe. Let me see Alshon Robinson's numbers one more time. I just want to make sure. Yeah, right there. 153 assisted tackles, 194 solo. Players like this right here are not doing their job correctly. That we pick up, and it's a pattern. Everybody else has to clean up their doggone mess because they can't tackle. And we wonder why we have a tackling problem. Gee, I don't know. Maybe it's because we're not getting people that can solo tackle. None of these people fit our system, apparently, right? And if they do, they cost an astronomical amount of money. Gee, I wonder why they cost an astronomical amount of money. Maybe it's because they can solo tackle. It's just, God. This defense needs so much help. It really does. And cleaning house is not the answer. It's cleaning out the right players out of the house. That is the answer. So if you're one of the people that thinks that cleaning house and getting rid of half this defense is the answer, like Twan thinks, no. Sorry, buddy. No. That's not going to solve your problem because we're just going to get more assisted tacklers. We're just going to get more of the same. That's not going to solve the problem. You got to get quality people. People that can tackle. That don't need to be taught how to tackle at the NFL level. One-on-one. They need to be able to do it themselves, self-reliantly. And get paid for it. I don't care what coverage these guys are running. I want solo tackles. Period. You look back at 2015. Yeah, we were cleaning up a lot of messes. After this, because we lost some of these people. But for about 90% of that defense, everybody could solo tackle. Everybody could handle their own business. Yeah, defensive stats. Depth chart. Yeah, sure. We'll do that. We'll do that. Breaking down to fifth. Yeah. We'll do that. Nah, no. That's not what I'm looking for. I want stats. I want stats specifically. I'm looking for very specific stats. Statistics. Okay, let's start with Charles Johnson. Let's start with Charles Johnson. In the 11 years that he has been in the league, look how many assists he has. 95 out of 323 combined tackles. That makes a total of 228 solo tackles. Let's go down the list. You got Star. 78 assists and 194 tackles combined. Noticing a pattern here, folks? KK. Oh, I've been dying to do this for a long time. Let's do this. 280 total tackles. This man got 113 solo. 113 assists. 113 assists, guys. Let's keep it rolling. Jared Allen. Jared Allen, who everybody loved, right? Check this out. 648 combined tackles, 148.5 assists. Are you seeing a pattern here? It goes all the way down this list, guys. All the way down this list. The two weakest ones were Roman Harper and Kurt Coleman. I can tell you that right now. I don't even need to look at the stats to tell you that. Shaq. Good old Shaq for his career. Look at this. 752 combined tackles, 282 assists. Are you seeing what I'm seeing right here? Are you following what I'm laying out here? I don't even need to do Luke Kuechly and Thomas Davis because I already know those are going to be assists. Low numbers of assists. I don't even need to do those two. How about Charles Tillman? 930 combined tackles, 140 assists. Get another one. Okay, let's do Josh Norman. Everybody loved Josh Norman, right? 501 combined tackles on the year, 124 assists. Again, you seeing it now, folks? Are you? Roman Harper, let's go. Roman Harper. Even Roman Harper, in his time in his career, 820 combined tackles, 179 assists. Are y'all getting what I'm laying out here? Kurt Coleman. Let's go. Kurt Coleman. 554 combined tackles, 153 assists. Every single one of these guys could hold their own on that field without having an assist. Every single one of them. Now, because it was a working system and it was a well-oiled machine, yeah, you did see some assists from time to time. But they could do this by themselves. You know what I mean? That's the thing. They could do this by themselves. They didn't need that help. Not a single one of them needed that help. Not a single one. Even Mario Addison, 296 combined tackles and 113 assists. Do y'all see what I'm saying now? Do you see the problem here? Do you see the problem? You wonder why we can't solve the tackling problem. That's why. That's exactly why. You're signing and drafting the wrong people. It's become blatantly obvious. Blatantly obvious at this point. I don't know. Let me see Benny's. Benny. Even Benny, look at this garbage right here. 158 solo combined tackles, 39 assists. Even Benny. Good old Benny. That's how deep we were. That's what I need y'all to understand. That's how deep we were. That's how far down the rabbit hole it went. People don't fully understand or appreciate how deep we really were in 2015. It was unbelievably disgusting how deep this team was. Okay, let's go AJ Klein. AJ Klein, 490, 465 combined tackles, 147 solo. Look at that. Isn't that a thing of beauty? Don't y'all want to see this again? I want this back. I want this back. I want this on a 2024 or 25 roster. I want that. I want it so bad I could taste it. Don't y'all? God, it's disgusting how dirty this team was, man. It was just absolutely filthy. How talented these guys were. And just to give you an idea of depth, look at this 36 combined tackles, 15 assists for your boy Ben Jacobs. That's how deep this went. That's what I want on this defense again. God, somebody tell me that's what I want. Luke Kuechly, just for fun and giggles. Let's see how many he got. 1,092 combined tackles, 402 assists. Oh God! If that doesn't give you chills, I don't know what will. Just reading these numbers just gives me chills. God. Hey, look at Thomas Davis. 1,216 combined tackles, 357 assists. With a jaw-dropping 90 tackles for a loss. 90 in his career. Good God. But anyway, I did that to illustrate a point, though. You know what I mean? I did that to illustrate a point. Every single one of those players in 2015 could hold their own on the field and could solo tackle. Hey, Panthers in 2024, your turn. How many of these players could do that? Oh, only 2/3 of them? Might want to get cracking on that. Just saying. we're going to start cracking the case of how bad this defense is. That's where you might want to start looking for your first clue. You don't need to be Scooby Doo to find it. I'm telling you, look in the stats. As if it's not completely blatantly obvious, staring you in the face. Like the red balloons out of the movie It. It's staring you right in the face. Here's your first clue. Want to fix it? Be my guest. Start drafting and signing better. Just saying. You put all this money into the defense and you don't get the results you want? Gee, I don't know. Maybe it's because you're putting the money into the wrong players. And we're doing it again. These guys have a history of a ton of assists. That's the point I've been trying to make for at least a couple of weeks now. And I've been dying to dive into the 2015 numbers. I've been dying to dive in. Honest to God, I have. I wanted to show that on stream so bad. And now I got my opportunity to do it. Oh my goodness. I wanted you to get a taste of it because now you know what we need to do. Okay? Time to start doing it. This may not be an in-house problem anymore now. Maybe this might not be an in-house problem. Maybe this is a drafting and signing problem. Maybe. Maybe. Every one of them can't. Every one of them in 2015 could solo tackle. Every single one. Go down the list. Every single one. That's the difference. You want this defense fixed? That's how you fix it. Point blank, period. Offensive line. Now, okay. Let's actually go to the wide receivers. Let's go to the wide receivers because y'all wanted to talk about Deontay Johnson, right? Deontay Johnson was a hot topic of conversation on C3 tonight. I'll say this. You'd be very foolish to get rid of your number one wide receiver at this point. Andy Dalton has found a chemistry with Deontay Johnson. You'd be an idiot to move him now. I'm just saying. It's not the right move. And it's a bad look on us if you do it. That shows everybody that you have no ability to retain your players. And that the number one status in any position means nothing. Virtually nothing. If you move Deontay Johnson right now. Are you willing to risk that? Do you really want that type of reputation in Carolina? Because that hurts our ability to sign people. That hurts our ability to draft people. Honest to God, if it were me, no. That's an easy one for me. No. We're not moving Deontay Johnson. Point blank, period, no. We've been doing this for way too long, guys. Anytime a player gets his feathers up and when he starts doing stuff, nope, out of Carolina. No. You're doing too much. You're too talented. We got to get you out of here. We got to get some fresh faces now. Doesn't matter if you're selling jerseys or not. You're out of here. Because of what reason, I have no idea. Doesn't matter. You're out of here. Oh gosh. I I'm so beyond done with this, man. Because I want to see something progress wise. I saw a little bit of it against Atlanta for 3 quarters when I was in the building in Bank of America Stadium. And I said, okay, I could put up with this. I could sit here and watch a blowout knowing that there's progress being made, with these players in development. I'm not so much worried about the score or our record. I'm more worried about the development of the players. So I was watching the players specifically. I was seeing like how they were interacting, what they were doing. You know, are they making mistakes here? Are they making progress here? Are they redeeming themselves here? What are they doing? You know, and I will have to say this: Woods did have a solid fourth quarter against Atlanta. It was solid. I give him his flowers. It was solid, but I need 4 whole quarters. The amount of times that we were staying in it, but we could never grab the lead is actually impressive. It is. It's actually rather impressive. Because I thought we were going to get blown out early. Considering that Bears game, I thought it was going to be shoot. I thought we were going to play like cardiac cats out there and just get blown out early. But apparently not. We actually showed some teeth. We showed some spine. And it took me by surprise a little bit. I was like, okay. All right, go ahead. This is the Panthers team I came here to see. Show me some of this. You know, everybody else is just sitting there like, boo, boo. This is not the content we came here to see. Da 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 da. I didn't come in expecting a win. I got a free ticket, man. I got gifted a free ticket. I did not expect a win, and neither should any of y'all. When you watch a game like that, you should not. It's Atlanta. This is the team that beat New Orleans and Tampa Bay already. So if you came in there expecting a win already, you're fooling yourself. But I came in thinking any given Sunday, you know what I'm saying? Any given Sunday against this Atlanta team because they've been flip flopping all over the place with the division. Everybody's been flip flopping. Saints beat Atlanta. Atlanta beats the Saints. Tampa beats the Saints. It's been all over the place in the last like how many years? So you just never know. You never know. With the way that we were playing cardiac cat ball against the Bears, no, wouldn't have happened. But if we were playing Carolina football like we were against the Raiders and against the Bengals, there's a chance. And for 3 quarters, I actually saw Carolina football. And I saw a chance. And that's all I needed to see. And I said, okay. Y'all just made it worth my drive up here, man. Y'all made it worth my drive up here. Y'all gave me a competitive game for 3 quarters. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it at all. No, I'm satisfied. I got what I wanted out of that game. I saw the progress I needed to see out of these players, and I got what I wanted. A lot of people were walked away pissed off just because of us losing that game, and I said, okay, yeah, be pissed off. That's fine. If that's all you care about is win loss, and you don't care about the development of this team and trying to get to a point where we don't lose again and we start winning on a consistent basis, that's fine by me. If that's your attitude, go for it. Be as pissed off as you want to be. But I was satisfied. People were satisfied after that Bengals game because they knew we had a shot at winning that game. There were some people that were actually pissed off because they thought we could have won that game. And fair enough. Fair play. You know, either either opinion is valid in that case because we played Carolina football. We played up to our potential. And I said, finally, it's starting to happen. We just got to get it on a more consistent basis, man. It's got to happen on a consistent basis. It's got to happen throughout the year. If you can give me that throughout the rest of the year, you can give me competitive games against teams like that. I'll take it. You know what I'm saying? You give me 3 quarters against Dallas, I'll take it. You give me 3 quarters against Philadelphia, I'll take it. You give me a good half of football against KC, I'll take it. You give me a good 3 quarters against the Tampa Bay Bucks, I'll take it. But I've got to see that though. I've got to see that on a consistent basis. If I don't see it, I'm wasting my time watching this. You know what I mean? What am I getting out of this game? Some jokes and some giggles, some popcorn and some snacks? Nah. Nah, I'm here for a competitive game. And I got what I wanted when I came up there on Sunday. I mean, yeah, I got pissed off after the game because I was like, give me 4 whole quarters, da 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 da. But that's just the emotion of the game. You know what I mean? When you're at the game, you get emotional. You get people affect you, man. They do. You know, you get affected by people's personalities and their opinions. It does happen, you know, and that's what happened when I was driving back. But at the same time, like now that I have some clarity and I've had some time to think and I've had some time to look at this team, I'm 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 cleared up. I'm back to reality now, and I'm saying they gave me 3 whole quarters. I'm happy. That's all I could ask for. I'm not looking for a win there. Some of you might have been, but I'm not. Washington is yet another game like that. You give me 3 whole quarters against Washington, I'll take it. You give me a win, I'm happy as heck. Exceed my expectations, boys. Exceed my expectations. Show me that you can play Carolina football with the talent that you have and actually push past your boundaries and get this W. You show me that, we're back on track as far as I'm concerned. You show me that, we're back on track. And I'm asking you to stay on track this time. Stay on track. Do the things that work. Please. Do the best you can with what you got. I'm not asking you to make rainbows out of crap. What I'm asking you to do, you know, what I'm asking you to do is just make the skies look pretty. You know what I mean? And that's good enough, right? I'm asking you to do as best use you can to 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 play up to our competition and make these games count as best you can. If you can't win them, you can't win them. It's understandable. But I'm asking for competitive games from this point forward. That's all I'm asking for. Show me something entertaining. Like Mr. Carolina says, if you're gonna lose, make it entertaining. He's exactly right. And that's where we're at this year. If you're gonna lose, make it entertaining for us all. Alright, so that being said, matchups wise, let's take a look at the injury report real quick. Where's Washington? All right. Dorrance Armstrong did not participate. Rib injury. He's out. Tyler Owens. Limited practice on Thursday. Unspecified shin injury. They didn't put up the Friday stuff yet, which I think is odd. Noah Brown, groin injury, full participant on Thursday. You got a guard, Nick, who has an ankle injury, limited practice throughout the week. You got Sterling Farrell, defensive end, knee injury, limited practice. Frankie Louvu, toe injury, non-injury related rest. Limited practice, did not practice at all. So Frankie, we may not even see Frankie. Whoa, we might not even see Frankie, y'all. We'll see what they do with him on Friday. We'll see what they did with him today, because we don't know for sure. Quan Martin, neck injury, limited practice. Darren Payne, knee injury, full participant. Brian Robinson, knee injury, limited practice throughout the week. Forbes, thumb injury, full participation. He'll be there. Jordan McGee, linebacker, full participant throughout the week. Bobby Wagner just needed rest on Thursday. No designation on Wednesday, interestingly enough. And Tyler, the center, with a thumb injury, limited on Thursday. So let's take a look at ours. Now, let's get into it. Because this list is going to take a while. Oh, goodness, is it going to take a while. We got a long list the size of Santa Claus's list on Christmas. Let's do this. Claudin, hamstring injury, did not participate. He's probably going to be out. Cloudy, shoulder injury, did not participate. He's going to be out. Troy Hill, did not participate. Rest. Non-injury related. Huh. Could this be a clue as to what was going on with him behind closed doors with the management? I don't know, guys. I'm starting to put two and two together here. You know what I'm saying? I'm starting. I'm starting to put two and two together, and then it. Ooh, I don't know, y'all. There's no designation on Thursday. What do y'all think? Wow, I see that, and I'm just going. Okay, okay. Chuba Hubbard, non-injury related. He just needed rest on Wednesday. Okay, fair enough. You know, defense wore him out last week. That's understandable. But Troy Hill, though, what do y'all think, man? Because I'm starting to get a sneaky suspicion this is about more than just money or his age. That right there, that right there, with his non-injury related rest designation. Uh, I got a funky feeling about this, man. I do. I got a funky feeling. I don't like it. I'm just saying. I don't like it. All right, so Josie Jewell, hamstring injury, did not practice Wednesday, Thursday. Don't know the Friday situation yet, but most likely it's limited practice because I'm hearing something about him being questionable at this point. So we'll see. Deontay Johnson ankle injury did not practice Wednesday and Thursday. Limited on Friday, I think, right? Taylor Moton elbow injury did not practice. Did not practice. Limited on Friday. Because the ones I'm filling in right now, I've heard about. I've seen the list. Because C3 just posted it on their stream earlier tonight. So, John Radigan, knee illness, did not participate. He's out probably. Alshon Robinson, knee injury, did not participate. Wednesday and Thursday, probably not going to play. I'm just I'm just saying he's out. I think he's out. Brooks, knee injury. Here we go. Limited practice. This man is finally off the IR. And I think he's available this week, guys. We're finally going to find out who Brooks is. I'm excited. I'm excited. I always love learning about new players. I love it. You know what I'm saying? Like, even at week 7, I love learning about new players. David Moore, knee injury, limited practice throughout the week. I think he'll be okay. I think he will. LeBron Ray, ankle injury, limited practice. Andrew Rom, concussion, limited practice, full practice. Yeah, Andrew will be ready. Nick Scott, hamstring injury, limited practice throughout the week. No word on Friday's designation. So we'll see about that one. We'll see. Tommy Trumbull, concussion. Limited practice on Thursday. Full practice on okay. Limited practice on Wednesday. Full practice on Thursday. What did I need to scroll up for that? All right. Now here's my question. Okay, I'm gonna wait until I finish this list and then I'm gonna ask the question. Um, Jaden Crumity, ankle injury, full practice. Crumity will be able to play. Sam Franklin Jr., foot injury, full practice. Probably a full practice today, too. Dane Jackson, hamstring injury, full practice. Dane's going to be able to play. Icky, elbow injury, limited. Oh, man. You know what? That might actually be the best thing for our offensive line if Icky cannot go. That might actually be the best thing for our offensive line. Please be a limited practice, man. Please. I want you to let him rest. I want you to let him rest. I want to go 1 week without Ike Ekwonu at left tackle. I want to see how this goes. I can't be the only one that thinks this right now. It's as much as I've been giving this man smoke, man. I've been trying to give him chances after chance after chance after chance to fix his game, and go 4 whole quarters, but he just hasn't done it. So maybe this is the best thing for us. Maybe. Marquise Haynes, linebacker back issue. Limited practice on Thursday. No designation on Friday. Ian Thomas, tight end, hip injury. Limited practice on Thursday. No designation on Friday or Wednesday either. Josh Neiman, knee injury. Full practice participant. He's probably going to go on Sunday. All right, now, as we go through this list, I want you to notice. I'm going to count up how many of a certain type of injuries that we have here. We're going to start with hamstring injuries. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 hamstring injuries. All right. Now we're gonna look at ankle injuries now. We got 2 ankle injuries, 3 ankle injuries, 3 ankle injuries now. Keep this in mind, folks. Now we're gonna go knees. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 knee injuries. 5 knee injuries. Okay. And now I'm going to get into concussions. We've got 2 concussions. How in the world did Andrew Rom and Tommy Tremble end up with concussions? Well, we know how Tommy Tremble ended up with his, but how did Andrew Rom end up with his? That's my question. How did Andrew Rom end up with his concussion? That doesn't make sense. How do you get a concussion in practice? This man has never seen the field. How do you get a concussion in practice? What are we doing in practices with these drills that is giving these guys these types of injuries? What are we doing? I can understand game time injuries. I can understand, if we've had injuries during games, that's fine. But half of these happen during practice. It makes no sense. It makes no sense at all. None. Please explain this to me, because I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Maybe we need to start investigating this medical crew, man. Maybe we do, because I remember Ron Rivera's medical crew being under investigation. His last medical crew that he had. When you got 3 or 4 players of the same injuries, the same exact injuries, there's a pattern here. It's time to start looking at what drills we're doing. Really seriously looking at what drills we're doing. And saying, look, this ain't working. We're pushing these guys too hard. Either that or they're made of glass. One of the two. Which one is it? Been saying that for weeks. I'll continue to keep saying it. It's one of the two. Which one is it? Let me know. All right, so we know what players are dangerous on this Washington defense. We know which players to avoid. You know, it's plainly obvious. Be careful, guys. Be careful. Don't be stupid. Don't be careless and match up the wrong players to the wrong players. We keep doing it every week, and it's not working. It's not working, guys. It's just not worth it. I'm getting my words mixed up because it's late, but you know what I'm saying. Let's take a look at the front office for Washington. You've got Adam Peters as the general manager. Lance Newmark is your assistant GM. Let's see. Scott Fitterer, personnel executive. Oh wow. Uh-oh. Do I sense some trouble on the rise in Washington? Do I sense some trouble on the rise? Oh, by the way, since we're talking about money issues and management and stuff like that, the Saints are running out of players that they can draw money from. You're pulling money out of people's bonus checks now just to make sure that we stay afloat in New Orleans. Just so you don't end up in the red. Ouch. You know, they're about to start offloading some players here soon. Into next year. I see it happening. They're going to offload some players. They're not going to be able to afford people. They're going to get a bunch of downgrades. They won't have a choice. So, what's going to happen there? Who can we possibly pick up? We'll see. We are on the rise when it comes to money. We may be able to pick up a couple of those pieces that they're letting go. I'm just saying. They had to get rid of a certain wide receiver that they don't have anymore last year. It's beginning to look like Christmas. You know what I'm saying? It's beginning to look like Christmas in New Orleans. So yeah, interesting. Very interesting situation there. Let's see what kind of coaches they got over there right now. Mr. Dan Quinn. Mr. Kingsbury is the offense coordinator. Joe Witt Jr. is the defensive coordinator. And Larry Izzo is your special teams coordinator for the Washington Commanders. Now, William Gay wasn't he a player at one point? I seem to recall that name for some reason. All right. Brian Johnson, pass game coordinator. John Pagano. Ooh. Now you know where that name sounds familiar. Chuck Pagano. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Ooh, and Daryl Tapp. Daryl Tapp was a former Washington Redskins player before they changed the name to the Washington Commanders. But yeah, Daryl Tapp was a player. I'll prove it right now. Look. There he is. Former Baltimore Raven, too. Played football for the Virginia Tech Hokies, was selected by the Seahawks in the second round of the 2006 NFL Draft. There you go. He is 40 years old now. And now he's the defensive line coach. Go figure, right? Crazy. All right. Let's let's do some win loss predictions for the games this week, and score prediction for the Panthers game. Shall we? Let's proceed. New England and Jacksonville. Who we got? I'm gonna say Jacksonville on this one because, and chat, you can play along if you wish. It's just for fun. You don't have to stick around. You don't have to make a vote if you don't want to. But we're just doing this just for fun. But Jacksonville over New England. I see Jacksonville playing just a little bit better. Just a little bit better. Just a hair. Buffalo and Tennessee. I got Buffalo for that one. Tennessee just does not have it. They just don't have it. Trash team right there. Houston and Green Bay. Tougher game right there because Houston is 5-1 right now. And you gotta wonder, did they really earn that entire 5-1 record? Do you fully buy into the Houston Texans right now? Excuse me. Let's take a look. They beat the Colts with AR. They beat the Bears. Excuse me. Okay, so they beat the Colts. They beat the Bears. They lost big to the Vikings. Ouch. Not a good look for Houston right there. But, I mean, the Vikings are a really, really strong team, so take it with a cup of tea. Okay, so you go in and you beat the Jaguars 24-20. Okay. Trevor's been struggling. Sort of. Not really an impressive win, but it's a win. You know what I'm saying? A win's a win, though. If you're Houston, a win is a win. You take all the dubs that you can take. But is it convincing, though? I don't know. You beat the Bills 23-20. Okay. I'll give you credit for that one. I'll give you credit for that one. I will. I will. Straight up, I'll give him credit for that one. And then you slaughtered the Patriots. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. I. Oh, man. I'm hesitant to buy in. I'm hesitant to buy in with the Houston Texans, but if you beat the Packers, um, and you beat Joe Flacco the week after, I'll buy in. Okay? It's going to take a little convincing, though. It is. You got 2 weeks to convince me. But until then, I've got to look at the Green Bay Packers and say, yeah, this team is for real. Because Green Bay, you lose barely to the Eagles. You beat the Colts with AR. AR's garbage. You beat the Titans in a beatdown. Okay, whoop-de-doo. Good for you. You should be doing that. You lost to the Vikings. Very good team. The Vikings, good battle there. 31-29. Okay, fair enough. That's respectable. You beat the Rams. Okay, you're supposed to be beating the Rams. You beat the Cardinals. Okay, you're supposed to be beating down the Cardinals. So Green Bay is doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing. You know, both of these teams are doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing. And I mean, this is in Green Bay. I'll say this though. The Texans have had a softer schedule than Green Bay, to be honest. Yeah. AR, Titans, Rams, Cards. Hmm. Both of these teams had a tight schedule. It could come down to 7 points here. It could. Honestly, it could. It depends. Do you like CJ Stroud or do you like Love more? Um, and honestly, I'm looking for something that's going to give one of these two teams an edge. And I'm just not seeing it. Huh. Just not seeing it. So, I'm going to give the edge to Green Bay because it's at home in Green Bay. You know what I mean? Tough weather up there in October, November, December, you know, in Green Bay. So, what's the forecast for that game? supposed to be 56 degrees and a possible chance of rain. You know, Green Bay's got the better running back, Mr. Jacobs. And if it's going to turn into a rain game and a cold, rainy game, I got Packers. I got the Packers. Yep, I'm picking the Packers. Tennessee and Buffalo. Let's see. Buffalo winning that one. I think we already went through that. Philadelphia, New York. I got Philadelphia. That's an easy one for me. Giants are still struggling. Detroit and Minnesota. This is a very interesting Detroit team, to be fair. And Detroit got a big upset against Dallas last week. Big upset. Yeah, I don't know, man. Detroit beat the Seahawks 42-29 in a beatdown to beat the Cardinals. They only lost by 4 to the Buccaneers. And they beat the Rams 26-20. This is in Minnesota. So let's take a look at the Vikings. Vikings are still undefeated. Okay, so they beat the Giants. They have now beaten the 49ers. Beat the Texans in a beatdown. 34-7, my goodness. They beat the Packers in Green Bay, mind you. And they beat the Jets, who are in contention this year, too. You know what? Vikings are for real. If the Vikings are going to have a letdown game, it might be this one. This is treading on dangerous waters here as far as an upset. This is really treading. I don't know, man. God, I'm 50-50 on this one. Oh boy. I like that Detroit record right now. I like the last 2 games of Detroit. They're really on fire. But I think the streak ends here. I really think the streak ends here. I think the Vikings take this one. It's going to be close. But I think the Vikings take it. They've got a little bit more firepower. So, moving on, we got Seattle at Atlanta. Let's talk about Seattle and Atlanta. I'm gonna pick the Falcons actually. I've been looking at this Falcons team. They beat the Saints, the Bucks, and our Panthers last week. This is a legitimate Falcons team here. They barely lost to the Chiefs. They beat the Eagles. And they only lost by 8 to the Steelers. Yeah, this is a legitimate team here. That record is real. You look at Seattle. Seattle has beaten the Broncos. They beat the Patriots in rather non-impressive wins against trash teams, and beat the tar out of the Dolphins. Um, they got their butts kicked by the Lions. They lost to the Giants, which are trash, and they lost to the 49ers. Yeah, this is going to be their fourth straight loss. Atlanta wins this thing. Yep, I'm picking Atlanta. All right. Cincinnati at Cleveland. I'm going to have to go Cincinnati. Watson is still playing like garbage. And Cleveland is going to have to eat over $100 million of cap room if they try to move Watson. So they can't do it. Um, so that's pretty scary right there if you're Cleveland. And we dodged the bullet massively with that trade. Absolutely massively. Yeah, Cincinnati gets their win right here. They've been struggling, but this is where their luck changes. Miami at Indianapolis. Flacco's playing pretty well, actually. I've got the Colts winning this game for making them 4-3 after this. So the Las Vegas Raiders versus the Rams. I've got the Raiders winning this game. Although I wouldn't be surprised to see a Rams upset because every now and then somebody takes a surprise win over the Raiders that they're not supposed to get. I don't feel like it's going to be the Rams though this time. No, I'm going Raiders. KC and San Francisco. Game of the week. For me, at least. Super Bowl rematch. I've got Kansas City, of course. Kansas City's just got way too much firepower. San Fran just doesn't have enough. Not quite enough. They lost some pieces after the Super Bowl when they started dropping players to raise some money. So, yeah, KC wins by 7 to 10 points. I feel like that's what's going to happen there. Jets and Pittsburgh. Now, here's the thing. The Jets, low key, have a little firepower, but they're just not showing it. And that's what's frustrating because, when you beat the Patriots 24 to 3 and you beat the Titans 24 to 17, you're showing that you have something. You know what I mean? But it's not enough. Nowhere near enough. Lost to the Broncos, Vikings, and Bills. And the 49ers. The Steelers are an interesting case. Okay? Because you beat the Falcons 18-10. This is before the Falcons ever got going. You got the Broncos win there. To your credit. Chargers dub there. Then you're dealing with the Colts with Joe Flacco, who won by 3. And the Cowboys beat you 20-17. But you recover with a big win over the Raiders. The Raiders team that is just not doing anything. Stagnant Raiders team. So I've got the Steelers on this one. I've got the Steelers. Yep. Locking it in. Baltimore and Tampa Bay to finish out the week. That's a tough one. That could go either way. I'm gonna be real with you. Baltimore, we know, is legitimate. You know, they only lost by 7 to the Chiefs. They only lost by 3 to the Raiders. Nonchalant, nostalgic team there. You know, that hasn't been doing much. Then you got the Cowboys. They beat the Cowboys 28-25. They beat the Bills 35-10. They beat the Bengals 41-38. And they beat the Commanders 30-23. This is a legitimate Baltimore team here. Yeah, I buy in. I buy into the Baltimore Ravens 100%. Here's Tampa Bay. You go, win over Commanders, win over the Lions. Big loss to a garbage Broncos team. Beat the Eagles, though. Good recovery. Then you lost to the Falcons. Oh no. 36-30. And finally, big win over the Saints. So the way this tic-tac-toe is going, I got Ravens. Yep, I got Ravens. There ain't no way. After scoring 51 points against the Saints, nah, they're going to have a letdown offensively. This is exactly where the Ravens are going to take advantage. This just opens the door wide for Baltimore to take advantage. I can't pick anybody else but Baltimore on this one. Nope. Nope. Baltimore is the pick. All right. So, score prediction for the Panthers and Washington Commanders game. I've got us at oh, y'all are gonna hate me. Y'all are gonna hate me. 35-21 in favor of Washington. Sorry. It's just how this year is rolling. But we'll get 7 points in garbage time. But I think I'll be generous. 24. I'll be generous. 24. Because I do see us getting a legitimate field goal in there too. So 7 of those points will be coming garbage time, but we'll get 21. We'll put 21 on the board. You know, full 4-quarter game. Um, but of course, it won't be enough. We'll play some really good defense at first, and then it's going to be the same as the Saints game, the Falcons game last week. That's how I see this going. Because Washington is a mediocre team. You know, on the way up, though. and beating some good teams. So you might say they're above average and they're pushing, man. They're pushing playoff potential here. Washington's a dangerous team. They're a sleeper. And I'm legit concerned. We can't just walk in there and say, oh, yeah, we got a shot to win. Nope. That's not enough. It's not enough. So when I look at this game, I see a recovery game after the Baltimore Ravens game for Washington. They're not going to be happy. Not at all. They're going to take it out on us. Because they lose by 7 to the Baltimore Ravens, the most dangerous team, potentially the second or third most dangerous team in the AFC. Yeah, they're going to be pissed. This ain't going to end well. That's why I say 35 to 24. And that's if we're playing Carolina football. If we're playing Carolina football, that's the best we can hope for. If we're playing cardiac cat football, this thing's going to be over in the first quarter. By the end of the first quarter, it's over for us. Because we'll keep making stupid ass mistakes. Excuse my language. And we have been known to make stupid, idiotic mistakes. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? So, Panthers fans, management, all I'm asking for is a really, really competitive game. Just play your best ball. Play Carolina football, please. 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 Just play Carolina football consistently and just do the best you can. This year is what it is. That's what we're going to be looking at. Focus on your tackling, focus on your mechanics, focus on progression. Do what you can do. That's all I can ask for. Beyond that, I don't know what else to tell you. This is a revenge game for Lulu and Chin. If Lulu plays, this is a revenge game for him. And Chin's going to be playing, so he's probably going to get a pick. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. But they're going to play angry. Anyway, I've said about all I can say. Is there anything else that anyone else would like to bring up? I'm out of content. All right. Well, I want to say thank you to everybody that has followed the Facebook page. We're at 10,000 followers. Keep pounding. 10,000 followers. And I love each and every one of you. I would give everybody a hug if I had a chance to. Thank you so much. I love you all so much. It means absolutely the world to me to get to this point. It's been a journey. It's been a ride so far, and I hope to keep going much, much longer for you guys. But that's a significant number, and I'm going to celebrate it properly. You know what? We're going to do a horror game tomorrow to celebrate. That's what we're going to do. We're going to celebrate that 10K properly. Thank you guys so much. It's not about the number, it's about the people involved, because the people involved really, really do believe in what we're doing and who we are and what we're trying to accomplish here. So if I can help even just one person to heal and to find peace and happiness in their life, I've done what I've set out to do. So you guys are incredible. Thank you so much, man. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Shout out to Steve Spencer. Shout out to Brooklyn Morale. Shout out to The Real Wyatt. Shout out to The Real Sunchild. I saw you in C3's chat earlier tonight. Appreciate you, man. And special shout out to anybody else that is in chat or and just checking out the stream. Just wonder what we're about. Appreciate you guys. Welcome on in. We welcome all 32 team fans. We welcome all newcomers that are learning about the game, that would like to ask questions about the game from wherever you're from. Could be from Japan, could be from Australia, wherever you're from. Could be from the US. Wherever you're from. Come and ask questions. We love questions. We'd love to answer them for you and help you to understand the game better. Because we're trying to branch out to Europe. We're trying to branch out to Brazil. We're trying to branch out to all these other countries. You know what I mean? Japan, Australia. Yes. And I cannot wait to answer questions from everybody. Please do throw them into the chat. Please do throw them into the comment section. I love them. I'm happy to answer them when I have time. But of course, stay healthy, happy, and well. You guys know how we roll around here, man. Man. You know how we roll around here? We're focused, baby. We're focused. We're focused on progress, y'all. And as always, we keep pounding. I'll see you guys on Sunday if you're not joining me for the horror stream tomorrow. Peace. And if you want to get your hands on the intro that you see on your screen, check out Lindara Tai on Instagram. Fair prices, works with you, and very patient and kind waiting. Thank you very much for your patience and time today. We love you all, and keep pounding. Peace.